Hello. Are you there, DB?
Hello.
Hello. How are we doing?
Doing okay.
Shit. We're still waiting on court to get out of court. What have y'all been doing in the chat?
Yeah, what do you guys been up to?
What have y'all been doing?
We've been over here just thinking of different ways all this could have happened.
Yeah.
Coming up with conspiracy theories, coming up with movie plots. What have y'all been doing?
Y'all? I wonder if they found Holman.
I wonder if Holman's found himself. That's what we need.
That's a good
We need
question.
Holman to have some self-reflection.
Don't hold your breath. Hey, Tech Deck.
Techie baby.
Techie baby. That's my baby. Christy, hello. Fight for Justice, hello. Hello, Fiend. Hello, Ems. Have you found yourself, DB?
I never lost myself.
That's nice.
As I fell into the forest, a thick forest in the Pacific Northwest, carrying approximately $180,000 U.S. currency, you find yourself.
That's what I'm told. That's what I hear. They are just going at 6:30. I missed everything from this morning. Look at this.
What if they're going to get sequestered because somebody said something they weren't supposed to?
That'd be amazing.
They get locked in.
You know, I don't know. I was going to say there's worse places that one could be locked in, but I don't know that that's true.
I don't know.
I'm not sure I'd want to be locked in Carroll County Court.
I don't buy it. I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No, I saw earlier I posted something about what are the biggest takeaways from what you guys have heard so far. We're going to compile them. We have 4 days or 3 days of notes, right? But we want to get a tally of everybody's kind of biggest ideas, biggest questions they have coming out of these hearings, biggest takeaways. So as we wait, go ahead and put them in the chat.
Put them in the chat, would you?
Please, God, do something.
Don't be shy. Bob made another joke about murder she. No, it's like Beetlejuice. I'm not supposed to say that word. They're going to show up.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in here with us now. They're in my DMs.
Oh, I'm sure they're in here.
I'm sure. Well, it's nice to have you if you're here, friends. It's always good to have new friends.
Box cutter. Okay. The psychosis timeline.
Lots of box cutter chatter on the Facebook.
Is that, you know what? That makes a lot of sense, actually.
I don't know if anybody dabbles in Facebook. I try not to. I do occasionally. KO, you do have a big old wrench, don't you? You like to yield it indiscriminately. We love you for that. My biggest takeaway is that Nick showed a lot of weakness, yelling at an expert for no reason. Bluster and intimidation is a last resort.
What a goofball.
He is a goofball. What does this mean? This was a big oops. Tammy, I know you dabble in Facebook. Tammy, can I just say something about Tammy? Tammy fucking carries the team. Tammy carries the entire fucking team on Facebook. She is correcting the misinfo. She is keeping the Facebook hunbots in line. She does not back down. Tammy is my Facebook MVP forever. And
that's nice.
I know. It is nice. I don't think that's true. I mean, I'm sure that that's what was said, Fiend, but that feels like what they looked in the dumpster 6 years later. Or they looked like at the time. I would hope that they looked at the time. I bet they didn't. Is that like a standard investigatory measure to like go through all the trash?
Yeah, absolutely. You would think that, in a smaller town, there's 3,000 people there, right? Something like that. And I mean, the downtown area is very small. I mean, they're willing to look through a landfill 6 years later. I mean, it's a good idea to look at all public areas that have access to trash and just look. Just look. We don't know if they did that, but and to have a surveillance video canvas of the area downtown in a small area like this, it should be pretty standard practice for a homicide investigation when you have that many resources. I mean, the town was totally sworn. I know
Right.
Veronica was there, like, at the time, like, when everything was going down. I'm sure she could tell you. There was probably a lot of law enforcement there, a lot of people volunteering. Like, I'm sure that there was enough people to just look at the dumpsters that week. That's nice.
Nancy Grace. So
There not be any other Nancys.
Nancy doing what she do. Yeah, this is what I want to know. When did this supposed search of this dumpster happen?
They said there was a search, right? But
yes,
I'm guessing that because they never thought that it was a box cutter. It appears that they'd never said that was the murder weapon.
No, I don't believe I've ever heard that was the murder weapon until today when Nick screamed it at an expert in her face.
Well, she said it, right? She said she looked at the autopsy and then it was on there.
She said she looked at the autopsy. He's the one that said box cutter. She never said box cutter. He said, would it, if you found out that the murder, or no, if you found out that the defendant, what did it say? If you found out the defendant confessed to using a box cutter, would that change your mind? And she was like, no, I guess it could have been a box cutter. But the autopsy did not say box cutter.
Well, thank you, Nikki baby, for the press release. Great job.
Yeah, he's good at that.
He can ask that question. He doesn't have to prove that it was a box cutter right there. He doesn't even have to prove that he's actually asking because he believes it's a box cutter. He could have said, was it a Nerf football?
Yeah.
If he wanted the people to think that, it could have possibly been a Nerf football.
True.
So it's very, very astute maneuvering there by him to get that out.
Like
even though it may not be. Yeah, as stupid as fuck.
Estúpido. Doolin is just wrong. The Jesse Snyder case, he has no business near society. Well, I believe that his credibility warrants some scrutiny, maybe. I feel like that's
you were cleaning it up.
I've been told.
You getting handled.
Gonna argue about unspent bullets for almost 2 years, and we gotta argue about these cutters. I know.
Yeah. It's just vague enough,
Right. Right. For sure. If it's true, it's going to come out that they searched CVS after his confession at Westville. Yeah, maybe just by chance when, it's been sitting in here for 7 years.
We are still waiting for that question to be confirmed with our in-court correspondent.
Hi, Lowlight.
Lowlight.
Nick boxing his case and box cutter. Yeah. Well, sounds like something he would do. Mm-hmm.
He's going to sound dumb if it's not a box cutter, but I mean, thankfully he's not doing this at a trial, even though it seems like he thought he was having the cross-examination of his life today.
Yeah, why was he screaming at witness? We're going to be here I can go all day. What did he say? I can go all day.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Question. Can you, Nick? No.
Right. I thought how can you blame the defense if it goes all day somehow? Right. It's 6:30.
It is 6:30. You are right. Who did he yell at? He was yelling at the defense expert.
Dawn Perlmutter.
Yes. And I called, is it Perlmutter? Pearl. So I said Pearl Nutter the whole morning. I'm pretty sure it's not Pearl Nutter. I think it's like Pearl something. But
I think it's Mutter with an M.
With an M? Perlmutter? Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah, he was yelling at the defense witness on the stand because she was not answering his questions quick enough. Sir. Sorry. She was not answering his questions quick enough. Yeah, I was saying Nutter all morning. It's Perlmutter, I guess. Thank you, and Light in the Dark. So not a Nutter, but a Mutter. Yeah, he's being quite naughty. I feel we're gonna see him fly over the back of the couch in a minute.
What is it, a parakeet?
Yes, my parakeet.
We're gonna do some technical analysis here, folks. Let's get some big takeaways. We got box, Cotter, 5.
Perlmutter. Not to be confused with Nutter. You missed well.
What? I missed a number?
No, you're good. You're perfect. Bob's joke, yeah. Oh wait, didn't Courtney say something in her text to me earlier about something? She said, why don't I read it? Don't forget.
Did I miss any important ones?
I have to tell you.
Ooh.
Kevin, oh, nope, never mind. She said, Nick is the most, can I read this, or I'll wait for her to read it? I was going to read it verbatim, but I won't.
Okay.
It's not as much fun living this way, you know. I much preferred it before.
Ooh, thank you, Enlightened Dark. I missed.
Perlmutter. Oh my god. What? Do it again, Ems. Say it again.
You what?
It's the first time. I'm having a conversation with Ems, DB.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Just keep doing your typey, your thing. Hey, woman.
Hi, woman.
Oh, this feels important. Oh, you already wrote it down. No time of death. Oh, never mind. What was Bob's show blocked? No. Today, in the hearing today, I guess he made another joke. 15. There was a Holman in the confession buckets. That's good.
I am from the city of parts unknown.
Yes. Phone pings.
Uh-oh, did you do a civil rights violation?
Ruh-roh. What happens sometimes? Holman gets lost in the sauce. He gets lost in the detective sauce.
He gets lost in the internet trolling drama,
yes. Yeah, he does get lost in the internet troll sauce. Raise your hand if Holman's called you this week. I bet there's a couple people in the chat.
SD, I don't want to read this, but I just want to say it is very difficult to determine whether or not victim families are acting normal or not. I mean, it's very difficult to determine what normal behavior is for somebody going through such harsh trauma.
DB, you have to add the word buckets after confession buckets, otherwise it's not as good a joke.
Oh, okay.
It's important. Sorry. Yeah, you gotta get the punchline.
I think it's pronounced bouquet.
You're right.
I'm just kidding. Everyone has been correcting people about how the attorney Jennifer pronounces her name. It's Auger.
Auger. No,
It's Auger.
Interesting. DB sounds like a Dan. You sound like a Dan, DB.
Hey, man.
Woman is really like, when did people think I was dead?
I'm sorry, I just said that. I didn't think you were dead. I just think you were missing for a while, which is understandable given some of
the landscape of things.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah. A little volatile, a little scary. Happens. So your real name is Dan, not DB Cooper. It's Dan Cooper, according to the lore.
Well, that ain't good.
That ain't good. Didn't they, weren't they sued? I'm pretty sure they were sued for that exact thing. And then they came out with policies or some kind of like what was it? Not a settlement agreement, but like a stipulated something where they were supposed to follow certain protocols for severe mental illness. And then it expired in what, April 2023? Do you remember that? I remember that.
Yeah. Sometimes DB Cooper goes by Dan.
Yeah. Don't ever stop, Royal We. I don't know what you're doing, but don't ever stop.
Me?
Royal We.
Oh.
Did I say, what did I say? She said, okay, I'll stop. I said, don't ever stop. I don't know what I said. That's what I meant to say. I think they are still going. Because we've not seen any like updates, right, from anybody yet.
DB did some Stanford database. Oh, I don't know if you're saying that because of the joke of the Karen Reed case that I made. You must be a fan.
Oh my god.
I'm just a normal person.
Guys, he's just like everybody else. He's just like you. He's just like me. He's just like us.
I was walking around the store the other day and someone says, DB. Yeah, I pass. How dare you?
Nope, not yet, Sleepy.
You stop it, you two. You three. Or 4 or 5.
Sharon Wright wants to know, why would RA say incriminating statements? She wants to stay on the train, but I'm having a hard time getting why. Sharon, did you by any chance catch Dr. Walla's testimony from yesterday?
I'm going to say it's a no. Well, in general, people will confess when they believe that the benefits outweigh the negatives in this situation. And through coercion, sometimes law enforcement can get you to believe there is a benefit waiting for you if you confess, even if you are not guilty. And through a series of manipulation, psychological manipulation, they may be able to fuck with your head a little bit clinically.
Yeah, it's a clinical term, actually. Yes, people in psychosis say all kinds of things that are not true or real or lucid. And if he were being coerced or verbally accosted by fellow inmates or guards or, Reed technique, it's another coercive interrogation method. But even just in a living environment that is not hospitable to psychological, mental, emotional, or physical health for a prolonged period of time can certainly make someone deteriorate, especially if they have a pre-existing mental health condition and if their psychotropic medication have been discontinued or altered or tampered with, et cetera, et cetera. There's all kinds of things that can happen to a person in solitary confinement.
There have been cases where, somebody's not even in solitary confinement and there's been issues that have caused them to confess to something that they didn't do.
Okay.
That happens.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
I would never do that.
Of course, no, you would never do that. Right, he's not a convicted person. I don't think he's dead, Karen. I hope not. We're talking about Baston, right? Baston. Yes, companions are paid
by the state
of Indiana. Hey, Redneckzilla good old Jeff with 2 Fs. Being in solitary is not easy. I know it sucks. I believe you, sir. I would not want to do it.
You know? You know it sucks?
It sounds like he knows.
Have you been in solitary confinement, Ange?
In a prison?
In a prison.
In the prison of my mind? No, I have not been in solitary confinement.
Can't say the same.
Right.
For myself.
Yeah,
I'm a fucking criminal.
He's a fucking criminal. Pendejo. Jail. I imagine it still sucked. Solitary anything, right? Solitary anywhere. Baston is not dead. That's good. There's a lot of really sorry, go ahead, DD.
There's a lot of dead people.
There are a lot of dead people. There's a lot of people in our chat and watching the lives and in our little, like on Twitter and in our little due process community who have like taken it upon themselves to be the finders of facts. Like, for example, Tammy said she called CVS earlier and asked them if they sell a serrated box cutter in 2017. They said no. She asked them if they sell one now. They said no. Susan Skinner say what?
Just get that shit right out of the way, huh?
Yeah, she's literally, as soon as it came out, she's like BRB on the live and she went and called them. So I mean, I think she really did. Tammy, if you're in here, let us know. Did they really round up everyone's phone? Hey, Redneckzilla. Well, we are waiting for our court person to get out of the hearing that is still going on. But if you're interested, we've posted all of her notes on Twitter, so you can find all of the facts, zero speculation there. Thank you. I'm sure there have been many psychics getting involved in the case. They are literally... Have they consulted with psychics in this case?
I don't know. I don't know. Does anyone ever really consult with them? They just kind of pop up out of nowhere, don't they?
Yeah, they do kind of just pop up. You're welcome. I think that it's linked in if you go to the description of this live, Redneckzilla. Sorry, I don't want to say Redneck, but you're here, Redneckzilla. If you go to the description of this live, there's a link to the Google Drive folder we made, and all the notes are in there too. Yeah, Tammy stays standing on business, man. She's the best.
You stay on business? Really?
Business.
Jamie.
Badness on badness. You don't do Twitter. That's okay, Just Deb, because it's also in the description of this live, and it's not a Twitter link. It's just a Google Drive link.
Yeah.
I
Fine.
don't think it was a psychic twiddle handle. It's RM Productions X or corn dog court. Corn dog court. Those are our two. You're welcome. You're welcome. You think they're all like being held in contempt?
Yeah, probably. Might as well.
The psychic sleuth was bizarrely correct the first it happened. She called the ritual sacrifice thing like a week after it happened.
Did they really?
Paranormal Files. Yeah, Paranormal Files did a really good. Is that the YouTube one, Rochelle? It was really good. It's some of the best interviews with Carrie. It was very eerie and dark and sad, but like some of the best Carrie interviews I've seen. I think it's on YouTube. I think they use like Spirit Box and stuff. I don't know, take it or leave it, but their interviews with Carrie were really good. That's also true. Oh my God. Hi. My friend's here. Why was the Department of Homeland Security there? Yeah, I saw you commented earlier today. Nobody, nothing. I don't know why.
Who's a what's it?
Paranormal Night. Nobody, nothing said that Homeland Security was there earlier.
Homeland Security.
Homeland. Did I say that, or are you just fucking with me? I might have.
I can't remember.
Homeland Security. was there this morning.
I've been working on this freaking crossword forever. I guess we got some time to kill. You guys want to help me out with this thing or what?
Let's do it.
A bookshelf's worst nightmare. I don't want to. Let's not start there. Let's start with a.
What about 21 down? British guy.
How's that?
Perfect. I want to start with 21 down.
21 down?
21 down.
Okay, British guy.
British guy.
Is there a British guy that we know?
Where's 21 down? Oh, yeah. I can think of one. Can anyone think of a British guy that we know?
Chap. That's not enough our letters. Simon.
Is British guy in the chat? Oh, close, Fiend. Well, not close, but different British guy. 4 letters.
There's 5 letters.
There you go, Christy Sharp. Oh, wait, 5 letters?
Luke.
That's 4. What do you mean 5?
Maybe it's Luke X, and I didn't think about that. Good point. You guys would just say his name. Okay.
Okay, you pick. I'm sorry that we started with that one. We can start with whatever one you want, DB.
No, it's not bloke, guys. That makes sense, but it's not that.
So, what is the strategy for a crossword puzzle? You just go?
Yeah, well, if you don't have I'm not a crossword puzzle expert, like you guys know, but yeah, I mean, if you know the answer, you just do it. Go back to one across. Okay. One across. A bookshelf's worst nightmare. Maybe we should skip this one for right now. Given.
Wait, I want to do 4 across.
4 across. Fence
here.
Okay, I'm gonna if we answer this correctly, I would say I apologize. Oh, Scully. That's a pretty good one. Wait, are you saying
for one across?
A bookshelf's worst nightmare is who?
I think they got it. Teresa, look.
Oh, 4.
There she is.
Okay, let me see if that fits. That does fit.
Oh my God, Teresa, good job.
Wow.
I think that Scully got the top one.
Nice job, Scully. That's 5 points.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it 1 down. A big insectoid super sleuth. Now we think this one may start with M.
Oh, I know this one.
This one down?
I know that one.
Scully.
It's me.
Is that right?
Yeah, look. Champagne Poppy and Scully got it.
Chat. Okay, that's correct. Let's do 2 down. The city of Cleveland. Cleveland, no, like I said on Phoenix on my channel the other day when Phoenix was on. Well, that doesn't fit, does it? I got this crossword and my mom bought me this crossword in 1994. It was called 10,000 Crosswords. I just digitized it. She got it at a yard sale. Okay, so you think this one's rocks? Cleveland rocks? KO, where you going? Why are you gonna do that? Cleveland does rock. Is Cleveland in here? Cleveland. Damn, she's not even in here. That's crazy. Okay, which one we want to do next, guys? 16 across. Let's see. Hangs in a small pool. You can't guess your own. What's the name of Rick's cop buddy that's now dead?
Not bad.
Hey, no serious questions yet. Big Fish. So you guys think 16 is Big Fish? Oh.
Damn.
God, I just gotta get help with these crossword puzzles next time.
Hangs in a
King of the Cats.
I know this one.
I thought I seen someone say this earlier. It's a blue font with the wrench next to it. Immune down? Excuse me. What? Oh, Fiend X. That does fit, doesn't it? Okay. Five down, immune. Okay, let's see if that fits. 5 down. Fiend's alter ego. Oh, I don't know. Oh, you think 10 down is who? Southern lawyer. Southern gentleman. Is that somebody said Travis. God, I guess people just leave if they're not in here. Actually, the majority of people that are all in here. 23 cross question mark. Travis. 23 cross. When your grandma hears your sexual preferences from a podcast. What the fuck? Next. And no, I'm not distracted. I'm still checking to see if Courtney comes. So y'all know.
Yeah, I have my phone on loud.
You think that's it? Because of like your messages got leaked, right? And maybe it is.
Yeah, your grandma would find out all your weird sexual stuff. They might even, she might even. Never mind.
Cleveland, no, like I said the other day, I found this. My mom bought it for me at a garage sale. And look, the city of Cleveland rocks.
I thought you got it at the school.
The what?
Nothing.
The school book sale?
The Scholastic. Nothing. Never mind.
Is that funny?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Next. What's next? Let's get some numbers in the chat.
What podcast is. Well, mine didn't either. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Let's get a number here, folks.
My grandma's dead.
Oh, we got 14 down here as a clue. Somebody says Webster. Is that like a dictionary?
Scholastic Book Fair. Thank you, Post Punk. That's what you got it from.
Terrible Tom. I don't know if that's gonna work.
Not exactly. Not quite.
Where does Book Fair go? Does it fit somewhere?
That's funny. We got a lot of requests for 14.
Yeah, that was good. Which one's next, folks?
Oh, you already got it. Okay.
You guys want to see more clues?
Lom Tubs. Scholastic Book Fair. Thank you, everybody. 20 down.
Does anyone agree 20 down is Yellow Jacket? Let's see. What's an insectoid super sleuth with a stinger? Maybe it's What is it? It doesn't fit. Yellow jacket doesn't fit.
Sure it does.
Should I just start typing and see what happens?
Yes.
Oh, that fits.
Oh my god. What about 6 down? We got a guess for 6 down.
6 down, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the most honest state police agency in Indiana. Well, let's see. Usually there's only one, right? State police, ISP. You know what? That might be. Yep.
Kirby ISP. Oh my god. I can confirm because Courtney complained all night about how sore her ass was from these seats.
What is Fiend's alter ego?
A cat?
Starts with an I.
Why? I don't know, man.
Is it? What is it? Electric? That doesn't quite fit. Yeah, Fiend. I thought I heard it. Maybe that does fit. Is that it? I think it's it. It fits. The glove fits.
Oh my god.
The G on Big Fish is okay. Locked up abroad. Are you sure? That is not it. 7 across. Impossible. Greenau. What is impossible? Still nothing from the court yet. Probable? I actually forgot which one this is. Because
you were our
know.
first. No, he wasn't. Wasn't he? Oh yeah, Luke X, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Luke, you're right there, dude.
There you are, man. You made it.
Sorry, I wish I would have put like a smart or handsome British guy, but
a British man.
But I didn't make this. I keep saying I wish I would have done something. I didn't make this. So
no, you got it at the Scholastic Book Fair.
Yep. Cat. I don't think cat fits in here. And I don't think I can put an emoji in here, can I?
You can try. Sure, why not?
The other one's Greeno? But I thought he's got a radio station now and he's not. That does fit. Okay, let's move on before we get threatened to get killed. Okay. Landlocked country in South Africa. Sotho? Doo-dee-doo-doo-dee-doo.
It's clearly Chad.
You said Chad?
Yeah.
Say Chaz?
Yeah, Chaz. I said Chaz. 11 down.
Chat? Fina doesn't fit.
I think he just said Africa, Luke. I don't think he said. Oh no, you said South Africa. No, that's 12.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Wait, then it's not Chad.
I'm really dumb. No, it's Chad. I'm an American. I'm an American, Luke. I don't think about countries outside of America. I just proved the white American stereotypical correct.
Are you white, DB?
I don't know.
Writing down there. Okay. We've got one more DB factoid, guys. Everybody do your homework. Find him. Just kidding. I'm kidding. Fiend. Can we do Africa by... Yeah, we can. For sure.
18 across. What is 18 across?
Ems, you have no idea. It's so bad. It's really bad.
Witchcraft in India.
I don't even know American U.S. geography. Conservation of interview.
Wait, what?
13 down.
I'm trying to highlight the comments too, guys, and run this crossword puzzle for everybody.
Oh my God. Just such a multitasking hero, this guy. 13 down, DB.
Down. Up or down? Conservation of interviews optional. USA, yes. I'm in. Conservation of interviews optional.
Karen got it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You guys think that's what it is?
I'm going to say yeah.
7 across is possibly or probably?
DB, I'd like to hear you say spoilation.
Spoilation.
Thank you.
No breathing. Speaking of spoilation, court is not out yet.
Good Lord.
But let's see, 22 across, totally not biased. Churchily.
Hey.
So this would mean what?
Not you.
Oh. Sorry. This would mean somebody that is free from bias. Oh, okay. I mean, the Supreme Court said so, right? That must fit. It do. There's a flaw in the puzzle under fish, DB.
Uh-oh.
Are you talking about this thing right here? This gray albatross?
This gray albatross. You would use a word like albatross in just an everyday conversation.
I'm just kidding. Doesn't even work. Luke is going to correct me any moment.
Can we do Wordle afterwards?
Could we do Wordle afterwards?
You a Wordle guy?
Me?
Yeah, you.
No, but I did look up a computer algorithm, or not even an algorithm, but it's just like they mathematically solved it, and it's like, okay, you can start out with the word soar. Yeah. It's the best word. And then I was like, fuck yeah, dude, I'm gonna kill this shit.
Did you?
So I started out with the word soar, and I fucking suck still, dude.
No. Oh no.
I need some numbers here, folks. I also don't 7. I forgot what 7 is. We gotta. I don't think it's what people think it is.
Where is it? Can you put your thingy on it? Can you put your thingy on it? 7 is. What's the clue? Impossible.
Impossible. I don't know. I forgot, dude. I'll look at the key here in a second. Okay. What else we got here?
Greek programming language feels like
Greek programming language. Which number? 11. Delphi. Is that a programming language?
Oh my God, my best friend Matt's here. Hi Matt, I love you. Everybody, Matt and I go way back. Matt and
So, Matt.
4 miles away from each other. We would hang out all the time, and then he moved back to friggin' Canada. Son of a bitch. He's my favorite Canadian.
Told you 7 is the first word in the PCA. Impossible. I gotta look at the key in a second. I don't think so. It is 7:15, and trust me, as fun as this is, I would rather hear what the fuck happened.
They had a lot of witnesses to go through. Oh my god!
We got 9 across.
What's the
tool of tools? Lord, that sounds pretty good, actually.
What is it? The tool of tools? Yeah, it does sound good.
Let's see. The royal we. Exactly. Yes. So tools. Okay. I can't wait until this is turned into Angela being evil. That they did a crossword puzzle. They did it, not me. All right, 24 across the fool. Don't know that one. To the tower and back. This one is like a an acronym for a type of ping.
A type of what?
Ping.
Ping? Okay. Type of ping.
Jamal
Ping.
with an F. I don't think that. Solve 8 down. That will unlock 7. Here's the thing. I think 8 down is probably harder. It's not arc.
We got a lot of people guessing probable.
It's not.
It's not? Okay.
I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
This is D. It's not GPS. It's probably too stupid and dumb and very nerdy.
What is it? Just say it.
It is something to tower. The acronym is blank to tower. So it's blank TT. It's a type of ping.
It's a type of ping.
It is 7:18 and we have not heard anything. Not tower to tower. It's also known as some type of distance. When you take and measure the distance between two objects in a flat plane, the distance between them is that's just white. Oh. Yeah, that's DTT, close. It's that, but except for not D.
Courtney.
Okay, it's range to tower. There you go, Fiend. Good job, dude. It's really dumb. I don't know why I did that. Seven possible? Possible? No, it's not smart. It's you guys are supposed to get it. So it's kind of just too obscure and stupid.
I forget what it is. I know that.
What, 7?
Mm-hmm.
Don't be looking at the key I sent you.
I'm not looking at anything. I just feel like I don't remember what this one was. No, Sleuthy, I can't. We can't figure out how to get her location to share. We've tried like 800 times for this reason, in case we lost contact, and so I could find her. And now I can't find her because I don't have her location. It won't share.
Oh, I think some people are behind because people are saying P2P, ABC, still trying to.
Oh, plea deal.
Ooh, is that right?
Yeah, it is.
Impossible. Is a plea deal impossible?
Pretty improbable.
Okay. Well, I don't know this whole box cutter thing.
Boon. I'm gonna show you.
Phoenix is just. Wait a second, Phoenix. You little fucker.
Is he cheating?
I don't know. I don't think he cheated, but perhaps he could have.
Ouch.
Phoenix is my alter ego, so he's always. Hey, puppy, go away.
Oh, fuck off. No.
Boom. Okay, 3 down. What is 3 down? Not a Delphi channel. What? Country trust? Contra. It is not contration fug. Contrarian. Okay. That might work. What do we got left here? 24 across a fool.
Right back.
Okay, Luke. It's because you're from London. You speak that proper King's English. Queen's English. What is it called? I'm just a small town boy. Hey, so where are these people that were in court? Has anybody heard from anybody that was in court? It's feeling a little strange at this point. It's just English. Oh, look, a good one, dude. Good one, Luke. But I know you're joking. It is a more complicated, different kind of English. Is court done? They're just traveling? No. We had a strict deal with Courtney. As soon as she got out, she needed to send us pictures and scans of her notes before she even moved. Witchcraft in Indiana. 18 across. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's just, I found this old thing laying around. Just wanted to get to it. Maybe that lady didn't get. Could be it. Maybe there was a fight. Who fought? Todd Click versus Jerry Holman. Here comes Kevin Murphy with a steel chair. Crank on crank violence. $24 across moron. Is that it? Nobody else who was in court has tweeted. But like some people, I would think that some people would have left, like they have kids or something, or they had to be home at a certain time. Maybe they're on restriction. Maybe they're on probation. 8 down, December. That's not it. You think I would think that? December Island. No, I wouldn't do that. Oh, what's left is also named after a landlocked country in Africa. No, it's not moron. $18 is GPS. Okay, 18, let's see. Witchcraft in Indiana. But why would it be GPS is witchcraft in Indiana? They don't have it? They don't use it? No, it's not Simon. Phoenix. Cheapers. We actually got the update from court an hour ago, but we just wanted to really get through this. This is more important. Just kidding. Oh, Blakey on pause. What is the 3-letter question? We got it. I'm just kidding. We have no update. I'm sorry. That was rude. There's no update. At least for me. Maybe they called Ange. I don't know. 24 idiot. How did you know that? Damn, that's good, dude. Yes, moron does work. There was a very particular reason that this 24 across was this. To make sure there was an O right here. It's a little manipulation. Y'all said it, not me. And I wouldn't put that person's name. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put that person's name in a puzzle like that. There's one left. It's not the one. It's not the one your grandma hears your sexual preferences. We got that one done. It's also a landlocked country in Africa. So what's a landlocked country in Africa? A Chad. Who do you guys know that's a Chad? It's the last one. I mean, I don't know if this was designed to be the last one, but come on, guys, think about it, you know? It's not really, the name is not actually, but this is named after. It's not Dan Cooper, no. It's a Chad. I mean, it could be Dan Cooper, but we don't know. Wow. Y'all think I'm a Chad? DC Carter. What the? Oh, it's not, wait, it's not murder. You know what? I think we're just gonna be stumped on that one, guys. Let's just call it there. We got as close as we could. We don't wanna go there. We want to protect everybody's rights. Murder scoop. Yeah, we just don't want to. It could possibly have been a certain organization, a group. I mean, we could do the same one again if you want. You start it over. I tell you what, if you guys do want to do this again, send me a funny joke on Twitter. Like a guess, you know? Yeah, that was 10. That's right. DB DB has 9,999 to go because I have a book of 10,000. Cleveland. I cannot believe we just did that whole fucking thing and they're still in the court. Jesus. Okay, well, you can't say I didn't try, so everyone just, I guess, chill out. Be cool, guys. M's. See, in our country, that happens all the time, so. Yes, Fiend made that. That's really nice of him. Doesn't really know what else to do, you know, so. Do 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 do. Uh. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, I got this guy. What do you think, huh? Oh. I need some tips here, guys. I haven't played this since I was in 8th grade. No. Unfucking real. It was those fucking defense attorneys, wasn't it? The goddamn defense attorneys are fucking bullshit. Let's go again. Can we get a name here? Someone name our anonymous blob. Who's got a good one?
It is so fucking hot outside. Hello.
We should name the blob Pigeon Sane? Odin? Slick Nick. I like Slick Nick, actually.
How did the crossword go? Did you finish it?
There was one we couldn't figure out, but we just left it there.
Yeah, what was it? Well, you couldn't figure it out.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Get fucking owned, dude. Slick Nick ain't fucking playing around, huh?
What the fuck is this?
Slick Nick.
Where the fuck is Courtney?
Boom. What? Courtney who? I'm playing Agar.io.
What is this?
I mean, oh no. See, that was Murder Sheet right there. Trying to come at me. I don't know. I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm a internet game streamer now. Don't you do it.
What language is this? What is this?
Huh? You got to eat the dots, and then when you get the dots, then you get bigger. Then you got to take other people's bodies.
Other people's bodies.
See, I'm gonna try to catch Pookie here. That's right, Laura. That's correct. If you thought that, you'd be right, and you're right, and that's good.
I don't think I'm cut out for this global warming.
Huh?
I'm not cut out for this.
101 degrees here in Cleveland.
I don't like that.
No time of death. This guy wants me. That name is very unfortunate, sir. Very rude. Freebots.org. Bam. Mines. It is 7:30.
It is 7:30. Yeah,
what
I think
in the actual fuck?
They must all be in contempt or something.
Well.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm going for it. No, I'm not going for it. I'm not.
DB, what's your favorite book?
I would say the fucking defense attorneys once again. My favorite book is probably American Psycho by Maureen O'Connell, the story of Israel Keyes and his murderous path to prison and suicide.
He did die by suicide, didn't he?
Yeah, get fucked, dude. POS.
Who, Keyes or whoever you're playing?
Both of them.
Yeah. It's definitely a shame. How many people do you think he killed?
I think like 3,000.
That's what I was thinking. Approximately.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Who here knows the story of Israel Keyes?
Tell us the story.
He's a douche. He was a serial killer, and he killed Samantha Koenig and Bill and Lorraine Currier. Not a great guy. Not a great guy at all.
Did he kill Lauren
Spear?
Yeah.
I think he's a good suspect for it for sure. There's a lot of people that think he's not. But I think the main suspect has a white truck. They believe that there was a white truck connected, and Keyes at times was known to drive some type of white truck. Yep. My God.
I think he killed however many skeletons he drew in prison. Oh my God, Miku's headphones. I'm so sorry. It's just really awful, isn't it? You don't think he killed Lauren Bree Rice? That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, he could have, or he couldn't have. As both could be true. I do believe.
Wasn't his first victim Native American woman?
They think that his first victim was probably a sex worker in Egypt when he was in the army in post Second Gulf War.
Interesting. Susie Lyle. I don't know who that is.
Susie Lyle went missing in Maine, I think. She was a student, and she played a lot of online video games, and a lot of people think that she met up with people and met her demise, but they also believe that her boyfriend at the time could be involved.
Hey, DB.
Yeah.
What you playing?
Huh? I'm not playing anything.
What is this?
Wait a second. You guys see that what I was doing?
What is this?
Oh my God, was I?
What is it? Sausage flip.
I was tossing the bottle. I didn't know you guys could see me. That's fucking embarrassing, dude.
Where's Courtney?
Oh, dude, I'm fucking pulling all the strings over here, okay?
Corky.
You better shit me a Courtney right now, dude.
What would my channel do if we didn't have BB?
I'm playing Flash games from the fucking 1990s over here, dude. We need a snake.
Every 20 minutes, I'm like, I'll be right back.
Who's the snake?
Just leave you.
We need a snake. Who's a snake? Who are we gonna name a snake? Snake. Jerome? He can't be the butt of every joke, can he?
Yes, he can, in my opinion. Yeah, I think he can be.
Oh, there he is. ISP duty belt and all. This is where he was. He was playing Slither IO. Very good. Very, very good. You guys tell me which direction I'll go. First person to have a direction in chat, I will go in that direction for 5 seconds. Ready, go. We gotta make it interactive, you know?
We have 175 people are watching you play this.
Oh, it's not good. Left. Okay.
I loved every single one of them, too.
I'm going west. We could do left, west. That's both is fine.
Someone said west.
Left. Okay, that was left for 5 seconds. Up.
Criminal Network said left. Hey, Criminal Network.
Okay, left again.
You, my friend.
Okay, guys, we gotta move soon.
Hey, ticking time bomb. 176 people have decided to spend their Thursday night. Can we program you like the turtle?
Okay, guys, let's get some south. Okay, perfect.
This purple dick game's fun. Hi. Hey, man. This has more facts in the state. Hey, Catastrophe. Nearly 2 a.m. Scully. Hell fucking yeah. Can we get
in a different direction?
So, Curious Luke, I got clapped for Soulja Boy for the first 2 I did. So, we'll have to find some royalty-free music like they do on like Love is Blind and all those other shows where they just like play like the most generic made-up music.
Oh my God, go right. I'm trying. Judge Jessica. That was not the move, dude.
I was definitely thinking purple dildo in my grandma's dresser drawer. Caitlin Woodward. I have so many questions, but yeah. Well, so I was allowed to use it, Luke. I just, we couldn't monetize that shit. That's fine. That's okay. We're not here for that. The Shriners have taken up the courthouse.
The Shriners. Sherry Shriner. No,
Hey,
this is not
Jessica,
Minecraft.
that's so nice. That's so nice to hear.
Communal dildo.
This is our communal dildo. We are sex positive in this chat. So I don't know if you consent to that, DB, but we're all sex positive here.
No, I'm definitely sex positive.
X had a purple dildo named Gilbert. Fucking Gilbert.
What the fuck is this guy's problem?
I would have to.
Oh! Sorry, that was a little too much.
I would hope you never used it, Caitlin, if it was grandma's.
Ooh, weird games. Your Excuse me.
Yeah, you missed it, DB. You were too busy. You were playing with your snake. You were playing with your snake. You missed it. Gilbert, have grapes.
Excuse me.
That'd be awesome, woman. Woman doing impossible. Do you want me to call you woman? Do you want me to call you doing? Do you want me to call you fangs?
Don't you dare.
Oh my God, Luke. Can you imagine? You know, I had that thought. I was walking Boone.
Well, that's really dumb. You shouldn't think that way.
I think I just blacked out.
Okay, good. Perfect.
I'm trying to figure out who the fuck this man thinks he's talking to. So I was walking the dog and I was thinking to myself, wouldn't it be something if Goal, after hearing everything today, was like, what the fuck is this shit? You know what I mean? Hey, Fiend said it crossed his mind earlier too, DB.
Well, Fiend said it.
Baby. This is my baby. Women doing impossible things. We've been through some shit, haven't we? By some shit. I mean, some shit today, you motherfuckers. Manifesting. Like worms, cannons.
Oh, DB.
Hey, who dis? Hey, who dis knew Jesse? They comment on some of our videos sometimes and they knew Jesse and they said he was a cool person. I always like when you comment. Thanks for watching.
Who knows how to play this shit?
They have to do it in between. What on earth could cause it to go this late? I'm wondering if maybe they just like, if they just don't want to, you know, adjourn.
Whoa, let's not.
Because they didn't schedule another day.
Oh my God.
Prosecutor didn't get to their witnesses till 4 o'clock. Hearing there are fireworks. Sharon, give us the tea. Who dis? I spent many summers with Jesse in my teens. He was a cousin by marriage. That's awesome. Well, Jesse, did you know Corey? Well, probably not. Corey was probably, because Corey and Jesse were friends. I don't know if you knew Corey or not, but yeah, we never got to meet Jesse, but everybody here really, really cares a lot about him and his family and his friends. Who is the prosecution's witnesses? I wonder if Brad Holder is going to be there or was going to be there. I'd imagine he would be, right? They're talking about him enough. Cleveland, you're funny. Amber Holder was a state witness? That's interesting because she was a defense witness. Or no, she was just there, Sleuthy. Because I know Andy said you will hear from Amber. So, yeah, defense. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank y'all. Hey, Just Deb, you missed DB playing his worm game. Hey, All Eyes.
Whoa.
Were you not playing your worm game?
Don't say it like that.
Hey, All Eyes, nice to see you.
All Eyes, you want to come up here?
Yeah, let's get All Eyes up here. All Eyes, All Eyes, All Eyes, All Eyes. Worm game. You missed DB playing with his worm. Let's all just no, never mind.
That's all I know you're gonna say.
No, you don't.
And I like that you wanted to bring the community together, but that's
you had no idea what I was gonna say. I guarantee it.
Okay.
You probably.
She's gonna come on in 5 minutes. We gotta get the.
Get your shit together.
Sit up straight. Clean the shit out your ears, guys.
To get your shit together before All Eyes comes on. Carrie is supposed to text you when they get out. Impatiently waiting. All right. Carrie, is that mom Carrie? Like Carrie mom? Like Carrie mom or just like another Carrie? Doesn't matter. You don't have to tell me. It's none of my business.
Did they go past 8?
It's 7:50. I have to shut it about DB because I have kids older than him. Well, guess what? Age ain't nothing but a number, Susan. We all sexually harass DB all the time. It's okay.
I'm 95 years old.
He is older than you might think. He's actually 95. Libby's mom, not Carrie. Awesome. Well, I hope that everybody is like not starving. They've been in there for how long? Thanks, Scully. I got to start doing stuff for membership. Hey,
yeah, we do a weekly crossword puzzle.
Oh my God. That's a great idea, actually. Okay, DB, you're hired. Thank you. DB's going to do a weekly. DB's going to do a weekly crossword for members. Yes, you also get a exclusive subscription to DB's OnlyFans.
I do. I do need to do my reading on the R&M OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a reading of the probable cause affidavit.
Yes, he is going to lend his voice talents.
The notes.
Yeah. Yeah, DB is by far the DB and Fiend. We're really spoiled over here in the due process side of things. We have the smooth vocal talents of DB and Fiend. He does give DB.
Do I really have a good voice?
You give good voice, DB.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the trivia game app that used to go live every day in 2017? That was fun. I don't remember that. Yeah, a weekly exclusive. So it's like, what is that? Okay, what is that thing you can do? A cameo? You can pay to have like your favorite celebrities like send your friend a video or something. We're gonna do cameo with DB, except it's just gonna be voice.
Yeah, and it'll be like a little fake picture of me too.
The little the silhouette man that you use.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
That's me.
Yeah. Cameo. Fiend ain't. That's what I said. DB and Fiend will alternate. Members get PG-13. Friends with Carrie. I don't know Carrie. I know I've spoken to Carrie a couple of times, and she's lovely. We never talked about that, so I can't say for sure. I imagine she's probably just thinking about.
What did you talk about?
We talked about trauma. We talked about her girls who are doing really well. We talked a little bit about like her growing up in Carroll County. We talked a little bit about like the police and stuff, but I know yeah, she's wonderful. I think that Carrie and Anna, I don't know how they sustain, themselves, but they do much better than I feel I would do. It can't be easy to live there. Carrie doesn't live there anymore, but Anna does, and I just can't imagine.
Is that right? What kind of air candy am I? Am I like Pop Rocks? Am I a Tootsie Roll?
You're definitely a Tootsie Roll. No, you're a lemon warhead. No, you're a.
Those hurt, man. I'm too sensitive.
Yeah, I know.
Oh shit.
You have a great voice, dude. Thanks, Redneck. On behalf of DB, thank you.
No one's ever told me that.
Saltwater Taffy is a good one too. I could see.
No one's ever told me that before. So.
A fucking Sour Patch Kid. What else? Carrie just wants the right man to be found guilty, regardless of who it is. Yeah, I think that that's a really good, healthy outlook. I think that we should all have that outlook. Whoever it is, who gives a shit, as long as it's the right person, right?
I'm a gobstopper. They just won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Holy shit, it's almost 8 o'clock.
That can't be good, dude.
Can it not be good? Or maybe it's just Courtney is still in there too, and we know that her rump was hurting her yesterday.
She's gonna have a raw rump.
She's gonna have a really raw rump, and she left yesterday a little bit early to get ahead of some of the let's call it traffic, to get ahead of the traffic, and her butt hurt. So imagine today. I hope she should have brought out one of those like cushions that people. Oh, I won a cushion at trivia last week.
Would you calm down? You're being all over the place, and we're trying to be consistent and professional on this show. I think we just need to take it down a notch.
Damn.
Think about what we're talking about here. What were you saying about trivia last night?
I won a vintage seat cushion at trivia.
You want a meat cushion?
It's
seat cushion.
Really hot in here. I want a seat cushion.
Oh, it's 66 degrees in here.
Yeah, must be nice. Speaking of Twizzlers. Whew. We're going to hear so much about butts. Yeah, we are.
You guys want to play a puzzle game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's play a puzzle game.
I think I found this cool little puzzle game.
Did you see this comment, DB?
Huh?
Did you see this comment?
I've always rooted for DB Cooper. He pulled the heist off and got away with it. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Nathan, you want to come on? If anyone wants to come on, let me know. I'll send you a link. Within reason.
This is ridiculous. Come on, man.
I think you're funny, true crime fangirl. I think everyone in here is pretty funny.
Thank you.
You're welcome, babe. You're so very welcome. Maybe she's putting Bengay on her booty. Maybe.
Okay, I got a cool little puzzle for us, guys.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm loaded up.
I love this. I love this energy. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna load it up or whatever. Fucking who cares?
Fucking load it up. So.
Okay, let's take some bets. Who's gonna solve this? The person who solves this the fastest, I will send you a $15 Cheesecake Factory gift card.
Why you want to fight with me at Cheesecake? You know I love to go there.
All right, let's see what you got, guys.
Get the fuck out of here, man. You fucking loser.
$15. What is it gonna be?
Wait, this is math? Oh,
is this math? I don't know what that is. Whose video is frozen?
No, it's just work. It's just the equation. It's not frozen. Nothing's happening.
Sleuthie says 15.
Dude, what if it was?
Imagine.
You think I would put a $15 on the line for something?
TT, you can't go.
Really easy.
Don't leave, please.
TT, no. TT did straight up write some shit today. Typed it up.
TT is amazing. TT is another one that just comes in clutch all the time. Do you know the answer, TT?
Do you know the answer?
No.
The answer is how's long to die in cold?
How's long to die in the Carroll County Courthouse?
You guys want a harder one? Is it too easy or something?
Yeah. Definitely.
You guys want to check it out?
Inbox.
I'm sure Crime Night is going to be very upset at us for not just talking about how corrupt Carroll County is this whole time. I'm sorry, guys. I think we know my take.
I don't know your take. Can we hear it?
It's bad.
Well, let's hear it.
It bad. That's it. I mean, it ain't good.
It real bad.
It bad, real.
You know what I wish I had right now, DB?
What?
Gummy bears and notes from this afternoon's hearing.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Well, I think I can get you some gummy bears.
That's okay. Thank you. I know that you could, but that's okay. I don't need gummy bears. It will hurt my stomach. But I would like the notes.
Okay.
And I would like Courtney to be alive.
Where's
I'm sure
all
I know she said 5 minutes. We're like waiting.
Well.
Uh-oh.
What?
My texts are now sending as text messages. Is that because her phone is still off, right?
No, that's because never mind. I was gonna do a docs. Oops.
Oopsie. I mean, once you're doxed once. Gummy worms are good. Did you send All Eyes the link or shall I?
Oh, she got it.
Okay.
She has all the eyes.
Okay. We're losing people.
Are we really? Guys.
I don't know.
Sit down. Stay right here.
I don't know. Did it taste like a gummy bear, Spinster? You know what used to be my favorite drink? This is disgusting. I'm not going to say it.
Ginger ale?
No, but I do like ginger ale. No, there was a drink in like one of the bars when I was in college, and you do a shot of pickle juice after. Has anyone ever done one of those? But I don't know. I forget what they're called. Once upon a time.
This is a game called, for Luke, I'm going to explain it to Luke. It's called Tic-Tac-Toe.
Rochelle is killing me today. Sorry, go ahead.
Tic-Tac-Toe. I'm going to go, and then chat's going to go. No, what the fuck?
What are you doing over there?
I'm playing against the AI.
Oh my god.
2 players. Okay.
Yeah, pickle juice is great for leg cramp. Pickle juice is great for all kinds of cramps.
TT, this is Tic-Tac-Toe.
It's called Tic-Tac. THC gummy. THC doesn't really do what it's supposed to do for me. Makes me crazy. Cuervo and pickle juice. That's what it is, Mandy.
Bottom right. Let's see. Knots and crosses. That's illegal. The knot?
Oh, we don't. Yeah, that's a war crime. That's a terrorism. Pickleback. That's what it is. Thank you.
I'm gonna go here. Because I went here.
Sure.
If they don't see it,
right,
I'm gonna go here.
Okay. Let's see. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's get it moving.
Pickleback. That's not a position on tic-tac-toe board.
No, but it's delicious.
Bottom left, bitch. You're a bottom left, bitch. Wait a second. But I was gonna go bottom left. Okay. Hold up.
Did I miss the answer to the equation that was up? What was it? DB, you gonna tweet it later?
How long to die in cold?
Oh, okay.
Just a second, guys. I gotta.
Tammy's still there. Oh, good, Tammy. We're glad that you're a responsible driver. Tammy, didn't you call the CVS earlier, or did I hallucinate that? Ooh.
You might have hallucinated it, but it could also be true.
I'm pretty sure that Tammy did call the CVS.
Okay, I think I'm feeling inspired by some of the testimony today.
Donnie, I wish I knew. We are just at the mercy of Judge Gull at this point, but nobody from the news is tweeting much. Courtney and Bob are radio silent still, so I imagine they're still like going hard with their cross-examination and whatnot. Are you not entertained?
Okay,
you gotta check the strain in.
I've been inspired today. I'm taking a play out of ISP's book.
Okay.
What we have here is we have an obvious move, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get the phone dump, right?
Yeah.
But that's not the move.
Right.
You don't get the phone dump. You don't look at the GPS.
Right.
So in honor of ISP,
right,
I'm going here.
I love that, DB.
Next move up. What you guys got? Bottom middle? What an idiot. Oh my God.
I think Luke beat you, DB. I think you lost.
Oh, it's the attorney's fault. These fucking defense attorneys.
What does this mean? Judge Jessica keeps saying worms cannons. What is worms cannons?
I don't know. Never heard of it.
Crime Night has a guest on sharing details from the hearing. She shared new information about the picture of Abby on the bridge and some of Amber's testimony. Well, Crime Night, fuck.
How do you know that?
Because Kaylee K. Smith just said that.
He fucking scooped us.
He scooped us, man. That's okay. We love Crime
We've
Night.
been over here doing journalism and we got fucking scooped.
We've been doing journalism. Yeah, we've been playing the worm game.
That was one game. Okay.
Where's Yellow? I don't think they're out yet. Sleuthy.
Yellow is still in that motherfucking crossword puzzle.
Yeah, my texts are not going through, so she must have her phone off still. Yeah. Haley, you're okay. Don't say sorry.
Apologize now.
Don't you dare. You are fine. We appreciate you giving us that update. It's okay to get scooped. We're just glad that they're still alive in there. No, I've not played Worms Cannons. I don't want to talk about box cutters, Joe.
Oh, it's a game?
Apparently. I don't think she's talking about Oh my God. Yeah. Sometimes I make myself laugh so hard that I can't breathe. Did anyone else ever do that? Make themselves laugh so hard they can't breathe? No, yeah, right. You're fucking right. I know. This is the weirdest ever. It sure is, Ems. It sure is Michael here? Hey, Michael. You're not late to the party. Actually, everybody else is late to the party because we still don't have an update because they're still in court. Yeah, oh yeah. Still, my friend. We've been in here for hours. We've done a crossword. We played the Purple Worm game. We talked about our favorite books. We almost did a math equation. We talked about Israel Keys. We could review the notes.
What?
Because Catastrophe just said, what is the last thing that was discussed before the break? And I actually don't remember, so I'm going to look. And FYI, everybody, if you go to the description of this live, there's a link there to the Google Drive folder with all of the documents that everyone has been helping us transcribe. Where am I? Oops, wrong one. Oh, I just bumped your game, DB. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
Where? Oh man. Where can I find what I'm looking for?
This is bullshit, dude.
Yeah. Kind of is. I'm sorry, DB. You can continue your game.
No, it's okay. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Hey, sing us a song.
I just did.
No, like you can sing.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Sorry.
That's it.
I don't fuck with you. You little stupid ass bitch. I ain't fucking with you.
I ain't fucking with anymore.
Make the record now. Make the record. It's past 8 o'clock.
What was the name of that game where you could like pick a topic and there was a quiz? It's not Trivia Crack.
I'm sure there's lots of games like that, DB.
I'm sure there's a lot of Facebook huns in here that know what game I'm talking about.
I'm sure there are.
Trivia.
Is there a reason no one wants to discuss the case?
Why don't people want to discuss the case?
I mean, we can discuss the case. Let's discuss the case.
Yeah, what do you think about the case?
Me?
Yeah.
I think it's bullshit.
Have you thought about that?
Yeah, I think about it all the time. It drives me crazy.
Do you really? I thought maybe you were kind of one of the people more in the periphery. Periphery.
I don't really read the filings. I don't really I don't really like to read the filings. I find them, to be tedious.
Ooh. Osbrook received a tell from the spies, liars, and leakers and doxers that think the treatment of RA is just fine.
Well, I think that's psychotic. No, not psychotic. Psychopathic. Any link to
the new pick? Oh, his custody pick?
Oh yeah, I saw it earlier. Did
you?
Yeah. It was on one of the thumbnails on the YouTube. What the fuck is it?
Hey, we're all friends here, so we're just hanging out. Okay.
I swear I saw it. It's on my phone. I'll just have to share it on my phone. I'm sending it to you, DB, because I can't put it up for some reason.
Very well.
Very well, friend. There you go. He actually, I mean, he looks like his shirt, his uniform is way too fucking big for him, but he looks like he's put on a little bit of weight. He looks sad, but he looks like he's put on weight, so that's good. It looks like he's somewhere he does not want to be, which, can't really blame him.
I'm gonna say that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pulling it up. Hey, what happened to that All Eyes character?
I don't know. It's a good question. They wish they were cranks. They wish.
What are you giggling at?
Nothing.
Oh, M's. Hams.
I hope you're right, Luke. Yeah, see, I don't believe that anybody might not be a popular take. I don't really, it's irrelevant to me whether someone is innocent or guilty if they're being physically, psychologically, emotionally, spiritually coerced and abused. When somebody gets sentenced for a crime, when their due process is intact, they get sentenced. The sentence rarely includes you have to sustain prolonged psychological, emotional, and physical torture. It's just not how we operate here. If somebody's in severe mental distress, an acute crisis, they belong in a fucking hospital, whether they're guilty or innocent. So it's irrelevant to me at this stage. I mean, obviously, I believe that Rick is the wrong guy, but even if he weren't, I would still feel very strongly about the way that he's being treated. Anyway, nobody asked. There's Rick's booking photo, his most recent one. His, what is it called? Whatever photo. No.
There it is, folks. There it is.
What would we say the most
biggest takes
are? Here they are in American Girl. Oh, God. Yeah, I agree with you, Catastrophe. Those mental hospitals are extremely violent. Brian Emery, what are you talking about? What mental hospitals? Are you talking about Logan, the hospital, like Logansport Hospital, where he would be restored to wellness? I think he'd be much better there. I don't think that we're talking about like a post-conviction, institution. I think we're just talking about the hospital. Right? Oh, shit.
Did they put a fucking stinger outside the courthouse and bust everyone's phones?
Maybe.
Anyone have a stat? Question from Mossbrook. Does anybody have a stat for number of people in prison on safekeeping orders and also in SEG? No.
Didn't they say how many people were currently in safekeeping in the state of Indiana? It was like 36, I think, total?
In the last 5 years, yes, but not currently.
In the last 5 years.
And it wasn't pretrial inmates.
Right. It was they were all post-conviction safekeeping. Right?
I think that's what they said.
36 in the last 5 years total. I don't think they've ever had. Well, I don't know that they've never had a pretrial safekeeping order, but they've never had anybody held like this in SEG pretrial, is what I understood. No pretrial detainees. Yeah, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. I'm struggling over here.
I mean, it just kind of makes sense.
It does, but it's like all the more reason that they should have like acted with due haste to get him out of that situation earlier, you know? I don't get it. No entiendo. Yeah, exactly. They have a pretrial detainee for another case, not sure which prison. I wonder what the circumstances are for that. Philip Lee was pretrial, wasn't he? Oh, he hijacked his transport van and killed the driver while in jail pretrial. He stays in prison. Well, yeah. So that to me makes a little more sense, right? Than somebody like Rick, who's, I would argue, quite unproblematic thus far in his detention. No, Fiend. What do we wow. Hey Bree. Should I turn my letters on? No. What are we doing? Phone pings, not and.
So this is some notes from the iPass case that Ange and I did a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
iPass versus IDOC. So this is a lawsuit about an action where they claim serious mistreatment of mentally ill prisoners in isolated conditions that lacked adequate mental health care, to which the DOC consistently denied. The court certified this as a class action in 2010, encompassing all current and future mentally ill prisoners in DOC who are housed in a similar harsh conditions. The stipulations were, after a series of legal proceedings, including a bench trial, The parties entered into a settlement agreement. This agreement stipulates improvements in housing and mental health care for prisoners, and includes definitions of seriously mentally ill. So if you guys remember, this is what Dr. Walla was saying about how she believed he was seriously mentally ill, but the DOC policy today his behavior did not warrant the classification of seriously mentally ill. So post the 2012 ruling, the DOC committed to enhancing the mental health services, including 10 hours a week of therapeutic programming for affected prisoners, such as several facilities, such as Newcastle Psychiatric Facility and the Pendleton Treatment Unit, have been established or enhanced to provide appropriate care. Why is the inquiry into any bad fact and action stopped when they say the word safety? It's quite troubling, isn't it? I agree. It's strange. Bree Rice, it would just make more sense to put him in a whole unit for an accused, child killers, etc. Some are guilty, some maybe not, but it would have been total seclusion. Okay. Bree, I think they sent him the DOC system because he could never be never seen and totally tortured without people rotating out telling on the prison, just like jail inmates would. Yeah. Yes. So Michael asks, Wallace said RA was psychotic, didn't she? How is that not considered a serious mental illness? So, I mean, seems like it would be. And he was a classification, a code D. So from A to E, his classification was not the worst classification, but she did say that he was psychotic. So here's some of the monitoring for the settlement agreement. The agreement also details the ongoing obligations of the DOC to maintain staffing levels, provide adequate mental health treatment, assure compliance with the settlement terms, and have regular reviews. And they're mandated to monitor compliance with the agreement. The settlement is intended to remain in effect for 3 years from court approval, with possibility of an extension. Well, as we know, this really did change a lot in the case, or in the policies and procedures of IDOC. Even if this consent decree, but if this the settlement has passed. Well, Michael said the agreement went away in April 2022.
Was it 22 or 23? Well, 22 is probably right.
Well, either way, I think there was some big changes that stayed, I believe. So here's some important citations. We compiled these a while ago, but there's probably some new stuff we need to add in here. Yeah, Laura, I guess this guy's glaring. Laura says, I'm assuming, what is that? Oh my God. Somebody said he was glaring or squinting due to poor and underused distance vision. Yeah, absolutely. Call the courthouse in air. Let's go. Let's do it. Someone give me a VoIP number. Ooh, call the courthouse on live and ask what's up. Yeah, somebody call. Not me.
They're 1,000% closed. I guarantee no one would answer the phone. Don't they close at noon on? Oh, no, it's Wednesdays.
He glared at families and Nancy Grace's reporter.
Bullshit. Glared? You can barely open his eyes. Give me a break.
Cleveland. That seems like, I bet you would be really good at that, Cleveland. A nice, kind call from our friend Cleveland Rocks. The DOC does the same as the BOP. They do as they want, no matter what the rules are. Feds made time 80% back in the 80s, and they use numbers like that, 87.5 until the First Step Act. Yeah, so the First Step Act was signed into law by Donald Trump. It helps, I guess you would call them therapeutic credits for post-trial inmates in the federal system.
Office is now closed. Normal business hours are Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Wednesday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. We are closed for lunch from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Please call back during normal business hours. Sucks.
Osbrook, if he was there, would be glaring at a number of folks.
I'm sorry, DB. What were you saying? I interrupted you when you were reading.
I forgot. Okay, so if he was a serious mentally ill prisoner, and they continued to house him in segregation or restrictive housing, because the prisoner is scheduled to be in segregation or restrictive housing for 30 days or less. The prisoner will, at minimum, have face-to-face contact with a mental health professional multiple times a week, with no more than 3 contact days between contacts, and with such contact being recorded in the prisoner's file, with the prisoner being offered out of cell. Oh, thank you, Veronica. I mean, people are going to villainize him, obviously. And I think, him looking at anybody who hates him is going to be taken as glaring. But that's what this system does. It makes you appear evil, even though you still have rights and you're not adjudicated yet. So, I mean, people are going to think that his actions are in bad faith no matter what.
Can you say adjudicated again?
Adjudicated.
Thank you. Yeah, bad faith. Go on.
Yeah, whatever. IDOC prisoners generally wear blue pants and light blue shirts unless they're in a disciplinary restrictive status housing. So, I have a question for the chat.
The chat.
It says light blue, right? Blue pants. And he shouldn't be in a disciplinary unit, right? Because he hasn't been sentenced yet, right? So
Correct.
they can't punish him, right?
Correct. What do they wear if they're in disciplinary units?
Do you guys, what color?
What color do they wear in disciplinary units when they're being disciplined, DB?
Does anybody know?
Does anybody know what color you would wear if you were
185 people live, and they're probably all just cooking dinner.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't have to type anything. How's the spaghetti coming? Huh? Are the noodles done yet? How much sauce are we going to put in it?
There we go, Christine.
Oh my God, Christine DC.
Interesting.
Judge Jessica, no, not blue. Are you trolling me? You shouldn't watch Nancy Grace if you want anything objectively or remotely factual. Where the fuck are they? Is my phone not working? It's
My
okay.
tabs are still green.
I'm going to strike your answer from the record.
Fiend, you're spelling like a Canadian over there. What the hell's going on? Yeah, Michael, I think that they disciplinary and protective both wear red, but I think that protective is I think we clarified this. Remember, Michael, back then? I don't remember what we decided on, though. We decided, though, that either way he shouldn't have been. He was in the disciplinary unit, though, which I think is the same thing as SEG in Westville, right?
The segregated housing unit.
Yeah.
The SHU.
Right.
the shoe.
Right. Anyway, he was wearing red in that picture, remember?
I do remember that.
Interesting.
That is interesting. I'm looking at more IDOC research.
I hope that wasn't like Is he in Westville, Michael? I mean, you don't have to tell us, obviously, but I'm just curious, like, yeah, I think that's what they're in the same unit with disciplinary. So they're all in red and they're all in the same place. Protective custody. So, Michael, what would somebody be in protective custody for? I think it's always I don't know. They're not in the same place. Interesting. Yeah, we've seen Rick in yellow. We've seen him in orange when he's being transported, and then we've seen him in red in that photo. And he was wearing red in that most recent booking photo we saw. It does feel like jury deliberations. High profile inmate. So, Michael, I imagine that he's post-conviction. Well, yeah, obviously, if he's one of yours. That makes sense. Protective custody for gang threat. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that would be a scary place to be. I feel like prison would be a pretty scary place to be if you were like a high-profile inmate with like gang connects going in, you know? That'd be pretty scary. And or the whole psychosis thing. Yeah, there's that theme.
So here's the IDOC definition.
God.
Okay, Yellow Jacket is out. She says, OMG, the safekeeping order has been vacated.
Good. That's awesome.
What do you mean good? You said, I thought you really are going through it, huh?
What do you mean?
You've been trying to get this thing vacated and talking about it for a year and a half.
I'm dead.
It got vacated and you said, good.
They fucking broke me, DB.
Can we get like a freaking fist pump or something? Damn. Let's
I'm
go,
dead
dude.
inside. I'm excited about it, but
I know. You know, she might have been left out early just to spread a false rumor. So
what do you mean good?
I know this is still a very, very long. There's been damage done. It's not going to be undone anytime soon, if it can be undone at all. And we also just don't even know what in the world happened. We have a quote coming in here from Yellow Jacket. It is, fuck. I'm in car. I can confirm that she is in car.
Yellow is in car.
Dude, she's probably so fucking over it.
Let me send the rest of the notes for someone to start working on.
Yes.
That'd be good.
Yeah. Well, it's been fun, guys.
See ya.
It's been fun. Thank you for talking to us.
Yes. So I would like to say one thing just before, you know, Sorry, hold on. Give me a second.
Oh, I got it. Okay, seriously mentally ill. Incarcerated individuals determined to have current diagnosis or recent significant history of schizophrenia, delusional disorder, schizophrenia form disorder. You got. Maybe you should actually handle this one.
I just wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Wait, what? You go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
There's some dude. Yellow said there is some dude walking by with a huge bucket of corn. So Delphi. Anyway, I was just gonna
motion to go ahead, please.
Fucker. I was just gonna say, for everybody who says that he's like perma fucked now, the human mind is very resilient. The brain is extremely resilient, and nobody is ever so far gone that they can't be restored to wellness. That is what we have to believe. Whether or not it's likely, we have to believe that he can certainly be restored to wellness, and the sooner the better. So even though he's already had to endure that much time in such extremely damaging environment, in such an damaging environment psychologically, yes, there are studies on this, and he can be restored to wellness, and we need to hope that. So that's all. I just don't want anybody to lose hope, because Damien Eccles, am I saying it right?
Yep.
Yeah. He withstood horrible conditions during his incarceration, and he talks about this a lot. I mean, it's not easy, and there are permanent effects from being in solitary. I don't think, he's not psychologically fucked. I mean, his reputation, I don't know. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. I think that we always have to hope for, justice. We can't give up just because things are. Anyway, that's my spiel. Go ahead, Dee.
Well, hello there.
Is this thing on?
It's on.
Hey, did I hear you right? They vacated it?
Yes,
they vacated the safekeeping order.
What is that all she said? She just got out and that's the only text she sent?
Yep, we have notes
He's
on the way.
driving. That's all we know, is that they vacated it, and there's a guy walking by with a bucket of corn. Those are the two updates that we have from Courtney thus far. So we're waiting with bated breath.
So does he just go back to a county jail? Like
we got
Cass County? Where's he at?
Fiend, where was he at? Was he in Carroll County Jail? Oh, Fiend went to bed.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'll check Fiend's. I was gonna say tween. Hey, tween.
Check tween too.
Hey, everybody, this is All Eyes on Delphi.
Hello.
You would say that she has a YouTube channel, but it was actually just basically a Dropbox that she used to stream stuff that she was thinking about, and then she just got famous.
Pretty much. Okay, I'm trying to pull up the chat to see. I'm so behind. Stays in Cass where he is. Okay. So is Cass the one where, is that Schroeder?
Yep. The sheriff. And that's where Rousey's office is. Yes, Logansport is correct. And Rousey's, never mind, I'm not going to say that.
Okay, so the last, if she wasn't safekeeping yesterday, I thought today was, is this like spillover where they just didn't get to it? I'm trying to get caught up.
I think she said she took it under advisement yesterday.
Okay.
And now she ruled on it at the end of the day probably. But hopefully we will know more soon. We need a map. What's Cass County? It's a county in Indiana. Wait a second, Veronica. Are you trolling us?
That's right. They did just build the new jail.
Yep, and it's across the street from Rousey.
But it doesn't. What is it? Catastrophe. I think she made him. But it doesn't have a basketball hoop.
Oh God. And our guest here, somebody else asked, is All Eyes on Delphi?
Hello. 20 minutes east of Delphi. That was my next question.
Yeah, what's that? Where was it?
I know it's semi-close, but I wasn't sure how, like, I wasn't sure if an hour.
It looks like 20
I
minutes.
mean, anything would be closer than what they are doing. Let's see.
So, I mean, it seemed like last year. Okay, so why would they vacate this order? What do you think Gall's reason is for vacating this order? It was not set appropriately, maybe? Could it be that he did not have counsel at the time when this hearing happened?
Well, it might be because he wasn't actually getting special treatment, and there's no telling what he's getting now. Like, how do you,
Right.
like, once you realize how misled you've been, you might rethink. I know he's in a different place now, but maybe she's afraid not to. After finding out how much she let go on for how long it's gone on since the moment they asked for it. If it were me, I'd be scared to let it continue, but I don't think me and Gull are much alike, so I have no idea.
Yeah, and right here, just want to highlight this really quick. I said a couple months ago that I thought having spent some time in a similar organization to RA, being in the infantry, the short guys are tough. It takes a lot to carry a lot of weight when you're
Yeah.
5'4". And I think he's probably really, really tough dude. And even the toughest could break from this type of treatment, but they couldn't kill him.
That's true. What's crazy to me is the mental toll. Like, once someone tears at the fabric of what you like, when you know what up is and down is, when something starts disorienting you to that, that's what he's like. I think about that a lot. Like, he's just in this little room. He's been in the same, I know he's in Wabash. I can't, I'm too Texan to say that one. But like, someone today, I almost lost my goddamn mind. But someone today responded to something I said with, well, he's just in solitary for 23 hours. He gets out 1 hour a day and he can still talk to people. And I thought, are you kidding me? Just 23 hours a day, every day, but like the amount of disorientation that happens, it's unnerving. And so even if he's tough enough physically to deal with it, like when your mind is messed with, it's hard to know what's what after that. And the fact that he's made it this long and he's still hanging in there, I'm hoping it's because he's got some good defense attorneys and a good family, a good support system. Because if his mind's gone, no, but like, I don't know. I think that part is tough. I think that part's impressive. I
Absolutely. And
wonder,
go ahead.
does Kathy and his mom, like, does he get more, if they vacate it, does that mean he gets the same kind of visitation as the other inmates in his position?
I would imagine, but I'm sure there's still going to be some restriction based off the profile of his case.
Yeah.
But it's definitely going to be probably much less restrictive. I think also something to think about here. We not that long ago on Criminality's channel, and thank you to Criminality for getting these transcripts. We did a
Yes.
reading of that June 2023 safekeeping hearing,
Yeah.
and it's abhorrent. The treatment,
Yeah.
she knew about it back then in 2023, and this was continued to happen.
And then that ruling she made after the hearing, where she said that, I think it was July 19th, she entered her order about her findings after that hearing. And every time I read it, I'm stunned by it. I'm never not stunned by it because it's so callous and detached from reality. And I don't know how she heard the same things everyone else did and came away with that conclusion. It's baffling.
Yeah, and what has changed since last year? Since June? What has changed? He's improved, right?
Well,
But
yeah, now that he's no longer getting that special treatment, he sure seems a lot better.
yeah, and now he's going to be going to a pre-trial. We don't know for sure where he's going. It could be a hospital. I'm guessing it's going to be not. I'm guessing it's going to be Carroll or Cass County. But the things that have, I mean, like if the worst that could have happened to him happened before that June 2023 meeting or hearing, why in the world are we doing this now? I mean, I'm obviously excited that it's happening. I'm grateful that she's seen the issues that he's faced, and maybe there could be some type of, procedural issue. Maybe she doesn't even think that there's all of those problems, but
She
yeah,
probably doesn't, but whatever. I'll take this W where I can, in the meantime, at least. I don't understand her. I don't remember her. I don't remember whose live I was listening to. I don't even know if it was today or
probably
the other
mine.
day. But yeah, probably yours. Love the new channel, by the way.
Thank you.
But someone said something about Goal believes that mental illness is not a mitigating factor, but an aggravating factor.
Correct. Yeah. She said
I
that.
mean, my brain wanted to melt when I heard that. That's terrifying. I don't even have words for that, but that's the kind of shit that makes me nervous with her being a judge over this case, because she's already got very strong opinions about certain things that evidence isn't going to matter to her. Facts aren't going to, like, she believes that already. And so she's going to rule based on it, regardless of what you present to her. That kind of shit makes me nervous. So I'm actually surprised that she did vacate this. I feel like when Courtney gets back on, we're going to find out, like, oh, actually, something else happened. Or, like,
Yep,
I feel like I can't relax about it yet.
I know. I have 53 pages of notes right now.
Oh my gosh.
We are well on
We
our way
should divvy
here.
them up. Are you talking about from Courtney? She wrote 53
Courtney.
pages.
Yep, I'm gonna be putting them into a scanned PDF here.
Yeah,
And
we
then
need to divvy them up.
we need
Break it
some
up so we can
type of,
get them done faster.
yeah, let's get them done. Like, come on, guys. We need some men. We're the men that know how to type. So, on this issue, it's hard for me. I hear what you're saying, and I see women doing impossible things. I'm feeling indifferent. I think I get why you say that. Obviously, it's a positive thing. You'll take some, right? Exactly. But it's like there's so many grave concerns that it's like you got to worry about, the ultimate ruling and seeing what the actual outcome is. Like when we've seen that Supreme Court ruling, it's like, oh my God, the attorneys are back. But they also kind of blocked off some pretty big things that people thought were an issue for sure.
Do you think there's any reality where she's seen the light with the other stuff, if she finally saw the light with this?
I would imagine, but like, I just don't think that much has changed in like the last year.
Well, nothing's changed at all, and this thing is still going. I cannot wrap my mind around how this has been allowed to get this far in the process as it has, based
Absolutely.
on what it's based on. I don't understand how not even just one judge, but two judges took this dumb shit serious that they're like as an actual case. I don't, it baffles me that it was allowed, that it was taken seriously and then it was continued and it's still going. And it's like one thing after another. And
Yeah,
defense always gets blamed for it as if everything was going smooth sailing before they were appointed. That shit irritates me.
absolutely. I'm reading through these notes as I'm downloading them, just like as they're hitting my face and hitting my eyeball. There's some stuff in here about Ron Logan.
Oh Lord.
There's some stuff in here about Anytime Fitness,
Interesting.
where old BH was jazzercising. It sounds like, what are you doing, Anytime Fitness,
Yeah.
bud? Not that there's anything wrong with jazzercising, but pings, FBI, and Horan is mentioned here. I guess. Oh, I'll shut the. Hi there. Is this Yellow? What up? How you doing?
Are you calling from the Boeing spaceship or whatever that's stuck in space?
I'm calling from the Renault Sentra.
It's a little hard to hear you, but hey, we haven't been waiting that long. Everything has been completely professional and cool. So we just want to hear from you. What's going on? Yep. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That fucking Stinger's back out, huh? Interfering.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh,
damn it.
she gone.
That did sound like autotune. Is she in the recording studio with T-Pain?
Oh my word.
Fiend, I have to make another crossword. I burned that one. I'm on page 33 here. I'm just going to read this
Oh my
one. Click
gosh.
continued. Nick, there's no direct evidence, but strong circumstantial. Wait, he said that? What the fuck? Oh, about the click report. Interview Taylor Hornaday. Yes. Masters X. Nick admits Hornaday Depot. No context for contents.
Sir,
What's up?
do you need help?
With what?
I don't know. Whatever we got going on.
Oh, you want me to look at chat?
No. I just mean
Do y'all need help divvying stuff up to start typing up?
we can
Oh,
type.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Are we gonna type them before we share them, or?
I'm just downloading them to go into the
Oh,
scanning.
you are. Okay, thank you. I
To
didn't
make
know
them black and white and level with the ground and all that.
You're in the black and white, man.
Whoa.
You don't like
Black and white thinking.
the pink pen?
No, it's blue. So anyways, I'm getting it pulled up. We can just share them with these scans.
Did Amber testify today?
I don't know.
I was trying to stay plugged in earlier to hear at least any update, and I only heard a little bit here and there. I thought someone said she testified for the state, but I was in and out, and I
Oh, really?
didn't. I thought y'all were talking about that earlier, but I didn't know what I heard because I only heard part of it.
Oh, okay. I was doing the crossword. I don't know if that was part of the crossword or. I'm trying to make sure these notes aren't duplicated. Okay, so there's not 50 pages. She continued her numbering from this morning.
Oh, okay.
So there's still 30 some extra pages of notes. And
That's a lot.
that is.
I'm surprised she went. I don't think I would feel comfortable setting foot anywhere near any of those people.
Yeah.
Like,
Now,
I would be scared. Like, they're just arresting everybody for shit.
oh yeah.
And once they do, like, they have a "we got you and we're keeping you" attitude. They don't care what actually happened once they have you, apparently. That
No
shit's
kidding.
scary.
Is Yellow Jacket on the road or something?
Yes, she said she'll be back in 15 minutes. She's driving through like the backwoods and is not going to have any service. So
It's cutting in and out.
yeah.
Okay, I'm combining them currently. Cleveland says, "Read that shit, bro."
Did you get Cleveland her extra chicken? I saw that earlier.
Yes. She has all the chicken she needs. Double meat.
I think we should take turns reading them. I think that the people want to hear you and All Eyes
Just flex on you.
voice talents. Yeah.
DB's fan club is going to be very happy with my next video.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Especially after all this.
She's headed. She did sound a little bit like a tin can.
Yeah.
That audio was worse than mine, and I didn't know that was possible. Is she staying in Lafayette?
Oh, oh, oh. Don't alarm the Odinists. Don't trigger or don't let them know.
No sudden movements.
I'm going as fast as I can, Angela. Everything's okay. We're going to save the files. Let's go get your jammies on. Get your little jammies on, kiddo. About to boot this motherfucker. There would be an uproar. I'm just kidding. Okay. Bing bong. Download. Angela, can you share that?
Oh, I see. Carmnut said yes, she did testify. Okay.
Mothman?
Yeah. 1 second.
Hunter go take a shit in the ocean? Oh my god. He will be convicted. You will see. Yeah, we're not saying he's not going to get convicted. I'm not a fan of gray pubes at all. Okay. That's good to know. I mean, we aren't either. I must give credit where credit is due. He has done an excellent job showing how things went down in the timeline. He is BG 100%. Okay, cool. That's cool. Wait a second.
Stop. It's the wrong one. Hold on.
I got you.
Melody, wrong. Have you all seen that new Twister movie, huh?
Oh my gosh, my husband was waiting for that to come out.
Oh, really?
I think it's a childhood thing because when he was little, he loved that movie.
Thank
But
you, Stephen.
I don't think it was everything he hoped for. At least not the new one.
Okay, that's the right one, DB.
That's the right one. Hunter is Greeno. What up, Greeno?
Yes.
Okay. This should be easy to read. Okay, so this starts out with Baldwin reads the notes from the deposition of Nicole Robertson, who is the FBI agent who signed the affidavit for probable cause for the Ron Logan search warrant, I believe, right? Chicago field office, perhaps?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know anything. And they're asking about any basis for moving or staging crime scene photos. Is there anything in particular about how the bodies were lying or how the limbs look? And were they searching for the purpose of books or looking for a rune or Nordic related in case of potential sticks meaning something?
No fucking shit.
Oh, yeah. Link me DB. Oh, yes. Did you repost the link, Ange? The drive?
For what?
Just the URL so we can have people type.
Okay.
Okay, so Detective Holman is then. I'm sorry, I got to go back up. Did you think of that on your own? And there was always discussion of the sticks meant something, specifically rune or Nordic related. So they were talking about the whole time, basically, just what she's saying, it seems like. And then the defense calls one Detective Gerald Holman. Baldwin asks about the sketches, sketch 1 and sketch 2. They are the same guy? He says, yes, they have similar features. Now, that's a good one to ask yourself. Do they have the same features in both those sketches? I don't think so. Okay, sketch 1 is Carbaugh. Sketch 2 is Betsy Blair. They were both around 10 p.m. Looks like Carbaugh says 4 p.m. up in the note right there. And do you need them to be the same guy? The evidence says they're the same. And is that always how ISP viewed it? I always have. Well, look at this guy. Yeah, so he's saying, correct. Holman is saying that Young Bridge guy and Old Bridge guy are the same guy. So we could just put TSG now, the same guy from now on. 2 different sketches, notes for typing. Excellent. Somebody, if you're going to type, call out 5 pages that you're going to type. And start from the number in the top right. If you can. I have Sleuthy offering, I think, and Women Doing Impossible Things. Okay, and do you need him to be the same guy? He's always thought that. Wow. It's probably like Trooper Proctor always thought it was Karen Reed. Baldwin hands him the ISB bulletin after Young Bridge Guy's sketch was released, and it says, not the same person. A little louder? Yes. What an idiot. No, I'm not. Stop. I'm reading as best I can. Okay, next page. Oh, let me see if I can remove it and add it, and I can. No. Couple of rookies over here.
I don't think I can turn the page, TV.
You guys only see 22? Okay. In the link.
Is it only 1 page? Okay, let me see.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Fucking clown show.
Oh, it's only 1 page. I think I
know. I gotta fix it.
Something up. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. All eyes, can you just read it again better sounding?
Sorry.
I can hardly see it. I'm on mobile.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I'm trying to figure out how to turn my screen so I can make it bigger. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, yeah, I can read. You said reread the page?
If you want to, I was kind of just kidding.
I'm going to make her really read the page. I mean, you can if you want to.
I can't.
You don't have
I mean,
to.
I was reading it, but I didn't. I think he was kidding, and I just was not paying attention to catch that. My bad.
Well, my 2 friends are ganging up on me, guys.
You'll be fine.
Let's see. Have they figured out whatever happened with, like the FBI's profile? What is that guy's name? I'm blanking out. The guy who did the press conference from the FBI.
Massa or Massa?
Yes, yes. Where did that little profile come from?
Did they announce it there?
I mean, I know some people were consulting other departments and agencies. Whatever happened to those reports?
I don't know. A sketch is not a photograph.
And how come Holman is the one who's answering all these questions for the profiling and stuff? Man.
I can't read for Nick when Travis is such a gangster.
Holman will say anything. He will say literally anything. It doesn't matter how dumb it is. It doesn't matter if we all know it's not true. He'll still say it, and he'll say it like he actually means it. When he in those depositions, he was talking about sketch 1. Yeah, that's Richard Allen, the killer. What about sketch 2? Also Richard Allen, the killer. They're the same, only minor differences. But then when they showed him pictures of two like same things, like 2 runes just on 2 different things, he was like, I don't see it.
Right.
Just a level of petty that is
He just
it's
he
so
won't give him an
petty.
inch.
He
Yeah.
won't. And it's not even helpful. Like it's so dumb.
We have 236 people here.
Where did the
We've gone
notes
through one
go?
page. Okay, slide 2. He said ISP that press release says they're not the same person. The first person is not a person of interest. ISP, while looking for the killer, they thought it was 2 different people. Nick objects. So, as Michael said, how do you object to your own case, your own investigation facts? Nick says, are the sketches a tool that law enforcement used? Yeah. Carball and Blair didn't want to do a sketch, but they were pressured to? Yes. Interesting. So, they did not voluntarily describe anybody then. They were pressured. That seems, for Nick to admit they were pressured, seems like quite the statement there. Damn. And has it always been your view they were the same? And that's yes. Okay, so maybe this is direct examination from Nick to Holman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nick,
That's all he had to ask. Nick's like, case closed.
This is the first time they've talked about the case.
Ever.
Okay. Oh yeah, Holman's done. Baldwin admits the emails between Carter and Abbott, the FBI, XX, that must be the exhibit, from 2/17/17, 3 days after the victims were discovered. Suspect 6 is being worked hard, ties to Brad Holder and the Vinlanders. Now, suspect 6 means there was probably 5 other suspects before it. I can count. And they admit exhibit 40. Is this 44XX? The blocker report. Nick objects to the blocker report because he's dead and it's hearsay, but it was allowed to be admitted because that's not how hearsay works.
Well, yeah, right, because it's...
he can't testify to it, but he could if he was alive. Rest in peace.
Right, bro.
And he died from a terminal illness. I know there's always weird things around the
he just died.
Sudden accidents in this case, but
sure.
Okay, so page 24. Baldwin calls Amber Holder. It is the wife. Amber Holder is the wife of Brad Holder, the ex-wife, sorry. They divorced in 2018. They have no kids together. It was a pleasant divorce. Been there. Remained friends. After they were divorced, BH spoke about the murders. Before the divorce, he told her originally he knew nothing and never met Abby. Then, while drunk, he fought with Patrick Westfall near a river. Blood was on a rock. Patrick Westfall wanted to go past animal sacrifices, and that was the cause of the fight. This is some of the stuff we heard before. And he was once praying to the gods of the feds. I'm not sure if there's a difference, but and cut his hand to drip blood into a metal pan with incense He did it to her hand once. Interesting. Okay. Logan kept having issues. He missed Abby. Amber was talking to him. Brad Holder was wasted and said Patrick Westfall did it. Keep your mouth shut or he will kill you. Kirby blade, wooden handle. Kirby? Oh, okay. This could be Curvy or Kruby blade. Kirby blade. There's it's like a type of blade, kind of like a Chris. You know what I'm talking about. Amber has a huge tattoo across her chest. Okay. That had to hurt. Wooden handle. It was rusty and it was used as his altar knife. And it says runes from animal bone or antler. 6th generation Christian preacher, but wanted to adopt AH's religion, worship old Nordic god. Amber doesn't subscribe to Odinism. Odin does it say Odin is very protective of women and children? I wonder if we have pics of this now. I wonder if it's so rated. If anybody has any pics of altar knives or knives that they believe, go ahead and bang my Discord line real quick. Page 25. BH told her Abby's mom was living with a black man. And BH said, stay away from Pat. He's dangerous. She saw the mimic crime scene picture. Brad Holder said friends posing as dead bodies and reenacting a sacrifice, and they weren't really dead. So I wonder if this is talking about the one that Yellow Jacket posted that everyone said was absolutely abhorrent that she posted it.
Yes, it is.
Okay. But that would have happened beforehand, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Fiend, if you have it, message to me on Discord through X. You know what I'm saying? And she saw the mimic crime scene. Okay, so said friends posing dead bodies. When hunting for food, you can bloodlet as a part of a sacrifice. And then now we have Nick on cross here, it seems like. He was conflicted over NP, Norse paganism, and Christianity when he cut her hand. And it was a voluntary-ish. She never met Patrick Westfall. She never went to Delphi or Rushville with Brad. She never met Elvis at all. All those people. The other Vinlanders, it seems. And they were only married for a few months in 2018. She owns knives too, and they're part of a religion. She didn't know him in 2017. So she didn't know Brad Holder in 2017?
I didn't know that.
He forges his own knives. Okay. Travis says 250 in here, over 100, over half haven't left the Mountain Dew on their like button. Did any of their boots have on the ground catch appearances announced by Miss Auger pronounces her name? We'll have to get into that when Yellow Jacket's here. So then Baldwin on redirect, he referred to Patrick Westfall as a friend, a former friend. So it seems like he's trying to make that nexus. And Amber was relieved. Like this shit, people. Yeah. Yeah, do that. Interesting. I have a photo here. Save image. Save. Download. Knife. Open. I'm not gonna. This is not my Facebook profile, guys. Y'all see that? That must be one of the knives he forged. It does not appear to be serrated from there. And, you know, his leather crafting, it could use some work. Okay, page 26. Baldwin calls Kevin Murphy. As we know, Kevin Murphy, retired detective from the ISP, recently retired, started in 2004. His friends call him Murph. Recap. He was a cop in Beverly Shores, right? And he started with ISP in 95 to 2020. Oh, so he was in good standing. And he retired to 21/17, 10/1/19. He investigated Delphi. Okay. So he's been retired for 4 years. Some days he was full-time on Delphi, working the investigation when ordered by Joint Terrorism FBI Task Force. He was part of JTTF, and they'd get briefed and assigned leads as two-person teams. Holman, Liggett, and Hammond. Hammond at the time was the lead investigator on the case, right? Hammond before Holman was ISP detective.
Yes, Hammond is with Carroll County though. He was before.
Oh,
Liggett.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So chief detective, or was he the detective, or was he the chief deputy?
He was the lead detective for Carroll County Sheriff's Office until Liggett was promoted. Yep. I mean, Liggett was detective under him, and then when Kevin Hammond retired in 2021, Liggett became lead detective.
Roger. Okay. Hammond might conduct these briefings. He and Chad Lush often went out for to the toughest terrains or hard to locate guys. I got the goons sending me some pictures here. Brand. Okay.
I don't think I've heard that name before.
Lausch?
Yeah. Like,
Can we
I
get
haven't
somebody
heard
in the
that one come up
conspiracy with
yet.
us to look that up? Can you make the notes a little bit bigger? I really wish I could. I don't think I can. If it's really difficult for you to see and you're on mobile, I don't know what to do. If you're on a computer, you can probably click inside the viewing area and hold control and scroll up with your mouse if you have one. Where is Hammond? We talk about Hammond and Ehan or the detective? The detective, I believe, medically retired, spent some time in committed, I believe. I don't want to misspeak, but
he retired in 2021. I think that he had like some kind of a medical whatever, and he retired like immediately. It was, I don't know if it was really sudden. He did like his whole 20 years or whatever.
here's another knife. Okay. Can you continue reading, Angela?
Where are you? Sorry.
He understood.
He understood. Yeah. Actually, I need just a minute. Olive, can you see that? Do you want to read it?
Yeah, I can see it.
I'll be right back.
Okay. He understood girls killed after last video evidence 2:15 to 3:30. He never heard he never heard an official time of death, but went with what he was told. Based on the crime scene intricacies, quote, as few as 2 to 3, possibly 5 to 6 perpetrators, I think. Before Christmas of 2017, the tip regarding the subject from Rushville, Elvis Fields, admitted to the murder to his family. Ferency got the tip from Misty Moore of Homeland Security. She's the one in the Greenfield office at DHS. She's now the director, if I remember correctly. He and Purdy went there on January 7th, 2018. They met at Delphi Command Center and went to see Elvis Field's sister. His sister is Mary Jacobs. She was very specific about the crime scene. Attempted to get Mary to call. Oh, okay. I think this is saying Ferency and Murphy attempted to get Mary to call Elvis.
And that's why
Recorded. I guess to try to get him to record it, like to catch him on recording, I'm assuming. Elvis didn't say anything, and Mary blurted out,
blurted.
Elvis, why'd you kill them? What does that last part say?
The call went south.
Oh, call went south. Yeah, she panicked. Yeah, she apparently really was genuinely concerned and was probably upset. So, yeah, I don't know why they thought that would go real well. I'd be emotional. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Sleuthy provided this is allegedly what the altar knife was.
Well, I know they look real polished and shiny in his videos, but if you were to turn it sideways to see like the width of the blade, not the profile of it, but like the actual, I don't know, it's probably like 1/8 of an inch maybe, but it could be jagged if he didn't do it real good, or if he was trying to if he was trying to refinish it ever for any reason. That could, that's what I was thinking about earlier when they were talking about the different options. Even box cutters, they can get all bent up if you use them, like they bend real easy.
Mm-hmm.
If some part of his knife is not done properly, it could have some issues where it's not uniformly serrated, but it could have could be jagged if it's, I don't know what he used for it, but I'm curious about some of that. Like, what did he use for all that? What tools, even to I don't know, sharpen it or smooth it down to come to the, even when you're sharpening something, even with wood chisels, you have to hold it at the right angle. And if you don't, it can really fuck it up.
Yeah.
I don't know how skilled he is at all that shit.
Well, in prison, they do it on the concrete floor.
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay, so he and Purdy made plans for Mary to go to get an ISP polygraph. The results were Nick objects.
Of course.
Results led them to continue their investigation. LOL. Period.
Obviously.
He and Ferency teamed up with Click in Rushville, a super team. Ferency, subject matter.
Social media
aspect of the case in and around Delphi. Murphy and Elvis Fields, Click, Rushville, boots on the ground.
Click is the one who knew Messer and was familiar with Elvis, and he was the one who was getting real familiar with the people that they were recruiting and associating with. I think he was the PowerPoint guy.
Dude, nice. What a title. I've been that many times in my life.
Well, I mean, the background info that was in the PowerPoint. I don't mean he just made a PowerPoint. I mean, he did deep background on him. My understanding. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Joe Schmo, you were there, huh? You want to invite? Jesus. Okay, Murphy gave Elvis a ride home. That's where the spit comment came from. He was very proud. He called Jay Harper first, maybe Mullen. Murphy was remorseful. He didn't act right then, or he said he was remorseful. Should have gotten EF back in the interview room. He feels like it was a mistake. He hands him an exhibit, printed out the report he made few weeks to put together, compiled from info from January 2018 for several months. Were there any links? Oh God. EF, Elvis Fields, and roommate Rod Abrams, and Ned Smith, and Messer, and Holder and Patrick Westphal in Delphi. Variancy based this on social media contacts, commented, they all been knowing each other. They all be knowing each other.
Yeah. Well, at one point, Elvis Fields denied ever knowing Messer or meeting him. And then a few days later, Messer was interviewed and he was like, oh, yeah, Elvis lived with my Uncle Billy. He was there when I took fire. You know, like they kind of all accidentally told on each other.
Yeah. And Fields. Yeah.
Okay, I need just a second here.
You want me to take over or you just need a minute to load it?
You could take over if you can see
Alright.
it.
I can. Seemed to know things he shouldn't know unless they were there. Brad Holder, his Facebook mimicked much of the crime scene. Baldwin hands Murphy a bunch of pictures, specifically a symbol on Brad Holder's hand, clearly the same as the sticks on Abby. Shown pic of Abby, he starts bawling. Murphy does? I'm not sure what that.
I
I
don't
have to go
know.
back to that. Says it's tough, seems to feel immense guilt for not solving it. Oh my God, getting the right guy. Identifies Facebook pictures where Elvis Fields mimics Holder. No, it's not a coincidence regarding Elvis Fields' copycat pictures. The Vinlanders equals crazy faction of Odinism. True. He and Ferenczi prepared, what is that? Search warrant for Elvis's house, but doesn't know if it was executed. I don't think it was. He was asked if Brad Holder was a suspect, and he said yes on his investigation. He reported his work to Unified Command daily, and regarding alibis all over the place, at hospital and phone, no service. Murphy says, not at hospital. We checked. That alibi was a lie. Yeah, I do know on those handwritten notes, when they were trying to follow up on their alibis, they said they were at the hospital in Muncie when it came to Elvis, Rod, and Ned. They said they were at the hospital in Muncie. When they called the hospital and went up there, nobody, they were like, no, they were not here. And then they later got phone records and it showed that's when they found out Elvis's phone stayed in the same place for like 9 hours. And it didn't just stay home, like it wasn't accessed, opened, touched, picked up, anything. And he had said he kept it with him all the time and he had it with him in Muncie. But that was not true.
Interesting.
And that dude played Holman like a fiddle.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
For sure.
That ain't good.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah.
That's the last thing I can see. I don't
Okay,
know if we're
I
caught
have
up
to
yet.
go. I appreciate everybody.
Bye.
Sorry.
Bye.
Heading.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Yellow.
Bye.
Hello.
How you doing, Mama?
Oh, tired.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you?
Yes. So we are on your notes. We're on page 8. Do you want to go through them with us, or do you want to just talk?
Page 8.
Well, page 29 for you.
Got it. Yeah. I'll start running through it. Has there been any like major confusion on stuff y'all have read so far?
Not yet. I don't think so. What do you think, All Eyes?
I think we figured it. Like there are a couple of things where I didn't know what it said, but that's all I can think of. We figured it out though.
My hand is like to a claw.
Tired?
Yeah.
Like you'll see like the very last pages. I'm like just like literally doing this. Like my hand is.
Yeah.
I think I would have been too angry to write. I can't believe you even were able to get all this. I would have just been coming unglued the whole time.
There was several moments where I'm just like wanting to punch air. There's good and bad from both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, Goal was just like great the whole day. I'm just like, I'm gonna be like, you, like, she's like no snarkiness. The little snarky about some one time, like, really extra. But I mean, aside from that, I mean, she was just like, and then of course she granted the safekeeping order at the very end of the day, right before we left, which was wonderful. All right, so where are we? Page 29.
Yes.
Oh, Murphy. This got yeah, he got really emotional. I don't know if y'all got to that part yet.
No, we're at the top of the page with Murphy.
Right. So there's just kind of my comments on Murphy overall. He was just very intense. Everything he answered, he did it very confidently. It wasn't just like, yes, no, like a lot of witnesses were like, I agree with that. Okay. Like whenever he was asked a question, he was like very confident and assertive in his answers. He was asked, this is still, I guess, is this Baldwin or this is Baldwin questioning him. He was asked, were there things that you thought linked Brad Holder to the crime scene? And his exact words were, symbolism that somebody posts on their social media identically mimicking a crime scene is not a coincidence. Very, very confident about it. Oh yeah, y'all read the page before. Like he started crying. Like the instant they put down crime scene pictures in front of him, I mean, sobbing. And wow. And like based on his prior statements about just being like, I made mistakes. I should have done this. I should have taken Elvis back in. When he said that to me, I was so shocked and didn't know what to do. And I just like called Jay Harper and I told him what happened. He's like, he's like basically like, I have to live every day, like knowing that I should have been like, hey Elvis, you know what? Let's go get some food and go back to the station. I want to ask you a few more things. He's like, I should have found a way to get him back into an interview room.
Jeez.
Yeah. So then Nick comes up to cross-examine Murphy. And Nick was just, God, he was just so insanely rude every time he to cross-examine. This is like, first of all, this is the first time Nick has gotten up and spoken in 2 days. Diener and Luttrell have been doing. So today was the first time he got up there, and I'm like, man, I miss Diener and Luttrell. So he said, you know, regarding Elvis's weird statement, you once said you thought he was just messing with you. And then regarding Mary, Elvis's sister, he said you worried about the quantity of pills that were in her home. Like she had a whole bunch of psychotropic pills in her home.
Right.
And he said they may be full of crap. Like he didn't know. And he's like, yeah, I said that at one point in time. Nick confirms you never could place any of those guys near the crime scene that day, right? He says, no, I couldn't. Then Baldwin comes back. Baldwin says, per Mary Jacobs, Elvis's sister, she said, on the morning of February 14th, 2017, sorry, it's 2017, not 2014, the morning of February 14th, 2017, he told you that he'd just gotten back from Delphi and he tried to hand you a blue coat with blood on it. And he said, we're kind of in a gang now.
Beautiful.
Mind you, this before anybody knew the girls were dead, before anybody knew there was a bridge guy wearing a blue coat.
Yeah. Wait, so this was the 14th?
The morning of February 14th.
The 14th.
Jesus Christ.
Before they were found.
Wow.
Told his
People
sister.
still thought they ran off.
Yeah.
Right.
Told his sister, and she didn't like obviously even know what he was talking about at the time. She was like, "Nuts, me talking about." I mean, they're in Rushville. She literally had no clue what he was talking about.
Right. Right.
Yeah, got back from Delphi, tried to hand her a blue coat with blood on it, and said, "We're kind of in a gang now."
Did she see the coat, or just he said he had it?
I got the impression. Oh, it.
Yeah.
The words were.
In depositions, they said that he tried to give it to her.
Right.
Like, take it, and she's like, no, I have a jacket, thanks. Because he was trying to, like, give it to her.
Yeah, the way he started it today was like he was physically trying to hand it. He
Jesus.
with blood. You can't make that up. I'm sorry.
Mm-mm.
At that point, Murphy was released. He apologizes to the judge for crying on the stand. And she's like, fine. Holman gets up and follows him out of the room.
Fucking Holman.
Next, Baldwin calls Todd Click to the stand.
Nice.
Ooh.
Big dick Click. I'm so sorry.
It was like 10 witnesses. It was just like, what? Who? Oh my God. You can go to the next page. Calls Todd Click to the stand. He confirms that in June of 2018, Ferenczi and Murphy came to Rushville to interview Elvis Field. That's how he met these guys. He was head of criminal investigations at the time. He offered input on the interview that they showed the interview they did with Elvis. He commented on his take on it. They discussed Elvis Fields, as Click was familiar with him for some reason or another. Around August 2018, they kind of started putting him in place they recruited him to work with them, be their boots on the ground in Rushville. Ferenczi told him, find a link between Elvis Fields and Delphi. That was Click's. Find me a link. He said initially he was unable to. He was asked to look through Brad Holder's Facebook and Patrick Westfall's Facebook to see if he find Rushville connections on there. Okay. Can't place Elvis and Delphi. See if you can connect Holder and Westfall to Rushville. And pretty quickly, he found a picture on Holder's Facebook page. We've probably seen, like that group photo of the Vinlanders.
Yeah, I got it. It's wild.
And then he also knew that Messer's uncle used to live with Elvis Fields. So that kind of brought it all together. Messer was connected to Westfall and Holder. Elvis was connected to Messer. Initially, Messer denied knowing Elvis Fields, but then on the next interview, he did running groceries and cigarettes and stuff out to his uncle. Messer initially denied being a Vinlander recruiter, but then they had statements from a guy named Brandon Mansfield, Dave Fields, and more saying that dude tried to recruit me. So he eventually kind of fessed up to that. As the investigation progressed, the Facebook posts seemed alarming with the copycatting of Elvis and Brad.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've never seen Elvis has 75.
Is that me, or is everyone having is it just me, your audio? It could just be my computer. Can you hear her, All Eyes?
I keep thinking it's cutting out, but I thought it might be mine.
Oh, okay. It's just your audio is going in and out a little bit, Courtney.
Let me.
I always assume it's mine.
I'm same.
Is like, what is it?
Try now.
Hello.
That's better.
Yeah.
I'll just speak up. I don't know. I'm on Wi-Fi.
It's not like the volume. It's just like it'll just like outright. It's just like the audio will just like cut out. But it seems to be okay right now.
Okay. Next, they found a link to Josh Chrisman. We read about him in the motion to dismiss transcript. So Todd Click kind of went over this before. So Josh Chrisman was in the Sons of Odin, who then kind of branched off into the American Guard. In 2016, there was a big MAGA rally, and it was like a American Guard Vinlander collaboration. And a guy named Mickey McGinley, I think I got that name right. Mickey McGinley hosted like the after party. And so all of these guys were together at this after party. So they could at least place them all together as knowing each other at this post MAGA rally party. All right, you can go to the next page. Is my audio any better?
It is, yep.
Oh, sorry, go back to 31. Chrisman said, Chrisman was a semi driver. He drove hogs to hog farms. And he said that various semi drivers would pay Elvis Fields to load and unload hogs for him at the various hog farms they delivered to, which was Whiteman, Packers, and Tyson. I think at least one or two of those are in Delphi. Chrisman had a girlfriend in Delphi. And this was interesting. On February 13th, 2017, Chrisman had a run to take hogs. So I think they said Aggie land.
Yeah.
In Michigan. So he departed on the 13th to drive hogs to a farm in Michigan. But the logs show he didn't actually arrive there until the 14th.
Always with the fucking hogs, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously it doesn't take 24 hours or 12 hours or whatever to get from wherever he was going to Michigan. So that was problematic. They don't really know what took him so long to get there.
Right. Radar, thank you, love.
So then Nick comes up to cross-examine. Again, like he's been doing with everybody. So you're confirming that you could never place Brad Holder at the crime scene? No. Was there any evidence he was at the crime scene? No. Or he said, was there any evidence that Brad could have been connected to the crime scene? Todd Click says, it's like, you can see like Nick just seething when he says this. So matter of fact, I knew runes were placed on the girls with sticks at the crime scene. And I knew the guys made runes with sticks. I believe the girl, okay, this was new.
Right.
Todd Click just very, very blatantly said what his theory of the crime is. And I don't know where it came from. We haven't heard this before. But he said verbatim, confidently, without making a weird face, I believe the girls stumbled upon a ritual and they made fun of it. And they were killed out of anger. I believe Libby was killed first and then Abby was killed as a witness.
Damn. Click said that?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Like, I was originally told abducted around 2:30 and they were killed by the time the search party was there around 5:30. He said that time frame was popular for investigators.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Yeah. My belief based on testimonial evidence and my training and experience is, when Nick asked him, why do you believe this is what happened with the crime? He said that's my belief based on testimonial evidence plus my training and experience.
Go Click.
Yeah. So next page. Nick is still talking to him. Click continues and says, no, there's no direct evidence linking them to the crime, but there's strong circumstantial evidence.
Wow.
So Click is released from the stand. He's done. Next, Baldwin tells the judge he wants to admit into evidence an interview with Taylor Hornaday.
Okay.
She says, okay. He points out a few items of interest that he's marked in there for her. She was Johnny Messer's ex. She said Johnny borrowed her car around Valentine's Day in 2017 and went to the Delphi area.
Oh, God.
Brought it back, and there was blood smeared on the side of the car. Like she thought he hit a possum or something. And through investigating and Taylor's help, they also determined other crimes that he was involved in. Y'all remember that kidnapping thing from the other script?
Yep.
Her vehicle was processed, but Todd Click was not ever told what the results were.
Interesting.
Then Nick says he would like to admit Taylor Hornaday's deposition, but did not elaborate on what any of the context was.
Okay, Nick, go off with your bad self.
And some people are going to love this next part. You want to go to the next page, because the next page, this is where they got into if Keegan Kline is going to be allowed to be a topic at trial. It wasn't.
Oh, shit.
It wasn't. There was a few interesting things to me. What you're going to learn is Keegan Kline is a fucking liar who cost the state of Indiana an ungodly amount of money.
Oh, yeah, he did. I'm excited.
But there was some things confirmed that we never really were sure about, like things we saw in the interview transcript that we never knew if was this real, was this cops lying. There was a couple of things confirmed that we never really knew for sure. So Brad Rosie calls Dave Vito to the stand.
Fucking Vito.
Fucking Vito. He's young. He looks like a young guy. He's young, thin, like real clean shaven.
Yeah, he's a fastidious dork.
He seems very fastidious. So he's out of ISP Lafayette. He was involved in Delphi briefly in 2017, and then he full-time by April 2019. He was part of the core team. April 2019 is when the new sketch was released, by the way.
Ain't that something?
He was specifically asked if he ever worked with Nicole Robertson. I don't know why he was asked that, but he said no. So in 2017, it was discovered that Libby was communicating with the Anthony Shots account on Snapchat only. He was not part of the Anthony Shots investigation until March 2022. They had already long established that the identity behind the account was Keegan Kline.
Wait, Vito wasn't part of the KK investigation until March 2022?
Yes.
But he interviewed him, right?
I guess Vito really to separate the Delphi aspect from the CC aspect.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's strange. So I think he wasn't involved with pursuing Anthony Shots Keegan Kline as a Delphi suspect until March 2022. Rosie shows him the December 2021 press release that was put out to the public with photos of Vince Kowalski as the Anthony Shots profile. Rosie confirms that you were asking the public for help, right? You were asking for help from the public on this, correct? And he's like, yes. Keegan Kline was first approached regarding his contact with Libby under the Anthony Shots account on February 25th, 2017. And the people who kind of cleared him from having any involvement at that time were, I don't know if I wrote these names down right, Tracy Huntsler with ISP and Special Agent Willem.
Yeah. Yep, Wilhelm. Yeah, he does a lot of cyber stuff, cybercrime stuff.
But somebody knows. The communication between Libby and the Anthony Shots account did happen on February 13th, 2017. They did think that Keegan Kline was a user of the account, possibly his dad too. Keegan Kline owned a firearm and they never located it. And it was a Smith & Wesson .40 caliber.
Oh, shit.
So it was of interest to them. But they never found that gun. He had multiple electronics he used for communicating. They confirmed his association with CSAM. Unified Command had a belief that this murder was sexually motivated with 2 minors. Vito says yes. And also that Keegan Kline had materials showing sexual interest in minors. He says yes. Vito was aware that voluminous resources were being exhausted trying to connect Keegan to the Delphi crime.
Can you read that? Can you say that again, Mama, please?
Vito was aware that a lot of resources were exhausted pursuing Keegan Kline.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, you can go to the next page. He was asked, Rosie asked, so he was lying about a lot in 2017. Vito says yes. As investigator, him deleting apps off of his phone was concerning and of interest to you. Vito says yes. Something about the Vegas trip, it was pre-planned, like it wasn't some emergency escape after the murders. That was a pre-planned trip. And I guess his dad later on offered to give him money for him to go back to Vegas and stay there.
Right.
I don't really know what that relates to. Did he have an alibi February 13th? Vito says, he says none corroborated, I guess, based on what he told them, but later on they actually did find one. He gave multiple alibis for the 13th, and they disproved most or all of them.
Got it.
So Keegan just kept dicking them around, telling them different things.
Right. For like 5 years. Got it.
Ultimately, the investigation showed he, or at least his phone, was at his residence being used.
Wow.
Don't know why that took so long to figure out. This is where he started irritating me because he just tiptoed around these questions and didn't want to answer them honestly. But if you would have asked him these questions in 2022, I bet his answers would have been a lot different. So he's asked, the interviewer that interviewed Keegan suggested that he had similar physical characteristics to the bridge guy in the video. Didn't the interviewer say this? Vito goes, I don't remember which interview. And then Rosie goes, okay, do you see similar physical characteristics to bridge guy? He had a long pause. And then he goes, I'd say he's a little bigger.
I just accidentally timed out DB. I'm sorry. I got distracted. I'm so sorry, DB. Can you untime out yourself? Anyway, go ahead. He's a little bigger, a lot bigger.
Do you see similar physical characteristics to the bridge guy? Long pause. I mean, he sat there for like a cold, silent 10 seconds. I'd say he's bigger. On August 1st, 2020, there was an interview between Vito and Tony Kline. They say you were working some tips, right? You're aware of his history of violence. Yes. You're aware of his history of domestic violence. Yes. You're aware he assaulted a 4 or 5-year-old kid. Yes. Keegan suggested that his dad had a bad leg like BG does and wore similar clothing.
Oh my God, what a piece of shit.
So, I mean, yeah, Keegan spent a lot of time trying to fuck his dad.
What a piece of shit.
All right, so next page, I think we're on 35. This is still Rosie talking to Vito. They said, okay, so you interviewed him again at an airport, at an Air Force base. Remember we heard about this? Significant resources were being used in August of 2022, right? At that interview, it was Holman, Vito, etc. Did Keegan admit to being in the area on February 13th, 2017 in Delphi? Vito says yes. He said he was there with his dad. At the cemetery, Holman actually took him to this interview without his attorney.
Wait. Reread that. Wait.
This interview Air Force Base, Holman actually took him there, took him out of jail, and took him to this interview without his
attorney. Okay, that's
apparently Keegan agreed to it. Apparently Keegan was
sure,
like, "Yeah,
I'm sure he did. That was fucking on brand for Holman." Okay.
yeah." Keegan said he took his dad to that cemetery. Yes, in a red Jeep.
Oh my God.
Keegan says. Keegan tells them his dad walked out of the Jeep into the woods and came back 1 to 2 hours later, came back with blood on his pants.
Oh my God.
Tony did not say what he did, but that we had a good time.
Oh my God.
Later on, Keegan tells them that he threw a cell phone and his dad threw a knife into the Wabash.
Oh no.
And this is what sparked Clam Jam 2022.
The Wabash Clam Jam, the Soggy Bottom Wabash Clam Jam, the Barnacle Blast.
Fuck. Like, what a horrible human. In that search, they found multiple phones, many knives, and even a few guns. None of them connected to Delphi or Keegan Klein.
Wow.
They found all kinds of shit in the river. He asked him, after Alan's arrest, did y'all try to connect dots between Keegan and Alan? He says yes. Oh, big stars right here. Absolutely nothing about the Keegan Klein investigation led to Richard Allen's arrest. Let's go ahead.
Oh, shit.
Let's go ahead and put that out there on the record. There is nothing about the Keegan Klein investigation, the Anthony Schatz investigation, that had anything to do with Richard Allen. However, after Allen was arrested, they did continue to work to try to connect those dots because they hadn't put enough resources into that yet. I don't know. Rosie asks, and you found no connection, correct? Nick objects to that. It was overruled.
Gull overruled Nick's objection?
Yes.
Lovely. Love that.
Yeah. They interviewed multiple people. All they could ever figure out was there was like no doubt they probably knew each other, knew of each other, like they lived in the same area at the same time, like they like in the same like neighborhood, like a few blocks. Like they said, like there was no doubt that they probably like passed each other or maybe casually knew each other, but there was nothing to suggest like they hung out or were friends or like had anything to like really do with each other. All right, next page. This is still Rosie with.
I'm so sorry.
How dare you?
So sorry.
Time out.
You're lucky we're talking about a double homicide. And there are more important things than me being timed out. Okay. So continue, please.
Okay.
So this is still Rosie talking to Vito. He confirms Keegan lied various times. And maybe even about the cemetery, the Jeep story. Vito says, yes, we disproved everything. Baldwin pipes up. Said Vito interviewed Westfall and Holder. I guess he was part of that thing when Westfall brought his phone in and it had been wiped ever since the day they told him they want his phone. I got irritated here. Did you ask for Brad Holder's phone? He said no. He says, why? Vito says, we just didn't. We had his work records.
Oh my fucking God.
Let it go.
What the fuck? An alibi is not a challenge to them. It's an out.
They all got the memo. They're like, Walk like a robot. If you get asked why you didn't do something for Brad Holder, say he had work records. Like, I'm like, you did all of that for Keegan Kline.
Jesus Christ.
You did all of that for Keegan Kline. And you didn't get his work, you didn't get his phone. Because you just didn't. You had his work records. Mind you, his work records do not provide an alibi for the bullshit fantasy time of the murder they made up.
Well, why wouldn't you want multiple things to clear a person? If you can call, okay, so yeah, I'm gonna call the work. He's like, oh yeah, he was here around that time. Maybe just get his fucking phone anyway. Maybe he was texting about the murders. Maybe he was like, what the fuck?
They have Keegan's phone at his house. Like, you still did all of that. Woo! All right, next, Nick comes up to cross Vito. He confirms that you on the 13th, you only saw that a message was sent to Libby, but you couldn't open the contents, right? Right. There was no red Jeep on CCTV, and no digital data placing them at the scene. Correct. Did you ever connect Tony or Keegan to the crime scene? No. Did you ever connect them to the trails? No. In Delphi? No. In fact, both Tony's phone and Keegan's phone showed being at their home, being actively used on February 13th, 2017.
Holy shit.
Rosie pipes back up. He's like, I just want to make sure, like, there's more than one route to the cemetery, correct? Vito says yes. He goes, one of them doesn't have a camera, right? He said yes. Nice. He's like, that's it. That's all I got. Baldwin comes back. He asks him, as an investigator, do you think Holder's story changing about the number of times he met Abby warrants further scrutiny and investigation? This man with a straight ass face said,
oh my God,
I don't believe so because we have work records.
Vito said that?
Yes. Again.
I'm so glad that I roasted his ass on X as George. Fuck this man.
Oh no. Where are the work records?
Holy shit, that's perfect. Baldwin phrases it up. He gets like a little more aggressive. He goes, if you had a son who had a murdered girlfriend and you 3 days later said you never met her, not even once. And then 6 years later, you remember you actually did meet her once. And then actually pretty soon after that, you remember you met her twice. And one of those times was actually at another suspect's home. He goes, isn't that weird? And Vito says, he shrugs, he kind of like shrugs his head and he goes, like, I don't really understand the question. And Baldwin goes, that's all right. It's getting late. I don't have any more questions.
He's like, that's enough, man.
The defense submits several more exhibits. Next up, some more stuff regarding Ron Logan. And this is just Ogier just telling the judge she's submitting something. Did you read the part about Nicole Robertson's deposition earlier?
Yes, how they were actually looking for books with symbolism and runes, etc.
They were trying to link Ronnie Eugene.
Actually, I read that.
To Norse paganism.
Yep.
Hey, so is it pretty much confirmed that Holman is the source? Because, I mean, how could these people report that much bullshit?
Vito or Holman? It's got to be one of the two.
I always heard it was Vito at the time. I mean, it's one of them or somebody they're talking to, obviously.
It's got to be one of the two, yeah.
And they're the only ones that would have, like, that specific information.
Maybe it was Vito at first. But, like, what investment would Vito have in this angle, right? Unless, like, I don't know, man.
I don't know. But, I mean, he just
I don't know, man.
sits there and just begrudgingly Like, I know he's dying inside, trying to act like these guys aren't suspects. They don't matter. We disproved everything, because that's what he has to say as an agent of Nick's up there on the stand, trying to make sure these guys can't be talked about at Richard Allen's trial. And he's just dying inside saying it.
Sleuthy, you're right. Vito was Unified Command from March 2022 until the arrest. You're up. Yeah, thank you. That's true.
The core team.
That's so interesting, because when did the Keegan Kline transcript get leaked? March 2022.
Isn't that funny?
Isn't that interesting?
That's so funny.
That's really interesting.
All right, so Auger gets up there and wants to talk a little bit more about some stuff she's putting in for Ron Logan.
It's not Auger.
Isn't that what I said?
You said Auger.
I mean, I said it Frenchy. She corrected.
Well, our attorney Travis was wondering if it was Auger. He believes it's Auger, but that's okay.
It's sounding like OJ, so it's probably like Auger. Yeah.
OJ. Okay.
It's like in my head, that's what it sounded like, OJ. She asked the judge to review Nicole's deposition and the search warrant, where Ron lied about his whereabouts on February 13th. She asked the judge to take note that the bodies were found on his property. And then she had like a list of like, I guess, evidence she wanted the judge to take note of. There was a wall calendar with like the 13th and the 14th like marked somehow. And a used sweatshirt that was found in his laundry room. She didn't really.
What is a used sweatshirt?
I don't know.
Like a worn sweatshirt?
Yeah.
Like dirty?
Recently worn?
I don't know. She said, just note that they believed the man on the bridge was wearing a sweatshirt under his jacket. I think she said used sweatshirt. I don't know what else she would have said.
Like secondhand or something? Or yeah, it's
Maybe,
a weird. Yeah.
just like a dirty sweatshirt in his laundry room. I don't know. That's all she said about that. I was like, what sweatshirt? She didn't say anything else. Oh, Nick pissed me off again. All right, go to page 38.
Is it 37 or 38? I think I forgot to.
38.
Okay.
Now we start talking about geofence data and Horan, because remember that is Nick's own. That's Nick's own discovery and Nick's own geofence expert that was helping the investigation, that he now wants the defense barred from speaking about at trial.
Yeah,
because that's normal, right? So OJ wasn't having it today. She gets up there real sassy. She's done her homework. She's done her research. She detailed Kevin Horan's experience, his credentials, like how he was working for the investigation on like in an official capacity. He generated maps and spreadsheets. She said, we believe it's absolutely part of this investigation. There were other phones in the area of the crime scene. There's potential other suspects. It was part of their investigation. We should be talking about it.
hell fucking yeah.
Yeah. She said there was a device at the cemetery around the time of the murders. And we believe one of them can connect to one of the 5 or 6 people that Unified Command used to believe were part of this crime.
Yep.
Yikes.
Yep.
Potentially one of the people that Murphy has mentioned. Nick
Do
jumped.
we have? Is Travis in here?
I haven't seen him in a while, DB.
If Travis is not here, can somebody put a pack of American Spirit cigarettes and a nip of whiskey out for him?
Is that how you catch him?
Yep, that's how I do it. I'm on the road right now and I don't have access to the American Spirits or a nip, so we could just get that out there for a Southern gentleman like Travis.
Amazing.
Would be useful.
Nick jumps up and man, I almost got thrown out of court today. I made a note. Nick, go home. You're drunk. he jumps up. He goes, Judge, I wish I could like do a good impression of him because he was just so cunty. He's like, I'm no expert in geofence and Google warrants. But it's like so inaccurate in my understanding. Totally unreliable.
We know.
What?
He says if the defense wants to bring in experts to like explain it, fine. But I mean, these phones could be as far away as Tippecanoe County.
Bullshit.
So, and I'm just sitting there shaking my head, like biting my lip, because I, as someone who does not have access to a million people I could call up at any given moment in time and ask them, like, can you tell me about geofence? Me, because I just use fucking Google and I've done this, Nick. Why haven't you? Like, I knew he was just full of shit. Like, how are you a prosecutor involved in one of the most huge and complex murder investigations in like modern history, especially in your entire state,
right?
Ever. And you like haven't even, you're trying to get this stuff excluded from your investigation, from trial, from the defense museum, and you haven't even so much as run a Google search on it. You haven't asked anybody. You haven't phoned a friend. You haven't called Kevin, who made it for you.
Wow.
And you put somebody in prison with life without parole for felony murder based off of her location while she was fucking babysitting people.
Yep. We should talk about that soon.
Woo! Anyway,
Ooh.
of course, I mean, OJ gets up. I said, wrecked him. She clarifies, there's actually two different sources of phone data. She said, one of them is what we call tower dumps. And the other one is Google data. Now, what Nick just described could potentially be the margin of error for tower dumps. But when we're talking about Google data, we're talking about an accuracy of 3 to 5 meters.
Oh, was that on the episode of Ping Pong Bing Bong the other day?
Yeah.
I knew this because I know how the Google machine works. I could have, like, what if I could have called Kevin himself and been like, can you walk me through this? Like, wouldn't that have been cool?
Don't dox me.
She said Kevin Horan will testify that he left a list of subjects that they needed to follow up on, a list of human beings that you need to follow up with these people.
Wow.
She said, I don't know if he ever did. OJ explained how geofence works to the judge. I said she put her dick all over them. Nick replies, well, if my statements aren't evidence, then neither are hers. And she didn't bring anything here to prove it. So, and just kind of like blows up his mustache and sits back down.
Did Nick think that if he grew a mustache for this part, people wouldn't think he was the same guy at trial?
It's like his business. It's his
I don't know who that was, but that guy was an asshole.
Mr. Potato Head disguise.
I don't even know that guy. It's thick. I mean, from it, you can see it just sticking out. Like, it's thick.
Oh, he tries to be a cop, so.
He disguised himself like Mr. Potato
Head. Oh, that is a great name. Pissy Fit Nick.
I called him, what did I call him last night? Mustache Jackson.
Yes.
Then they mentioned regarding, I couldn't have my phone, Susan. Couldn't get my phone in. Had my phone locked up. Regarding paragraph 12, I'll have to refresh my memory about what paragraph 12 is. Nick said we can just go over this off the record. So whatever paragraph 12 was, I don't think it was that big of a deal. OJ continues about the geofence stuff. She says, as of today, Detective Cecil has even more data for the defense. We'll need to redepose him in a few weeks. Then Nick says he wants to admit as an exhibit the work records of Brad Holder. My God, they are clinging to this like for dear life. Judge, I'd like to admit the work records of Brad Holder and his anytime fitness log.
Jesus Christ.
So obsessed with these work records. Mind you, they do not cover the entire time that the state claims in their bullshit fantasy timeline that the murders happened. I don't like quit trying to make fetch happen. Like, it's not going to happen. He points out included in this, he's admitting Brad Holder's deposition with pages of interest tabbed. He's admitting a deposition from Susan Case, who worked at Liberty Landfill with Brad. He's admitting a deposition of Johnny Messer with notes. He's admitting work bonk. What does that say? Work something records of Messer. He's admitting a deposition from Professor Turco and a report that Turco made. All right, page 40. The state calls Christopher Cecil.
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 And what did Cecil have to say?
Did y'all hear that?
Was that a little marg? You have yourself a little margy marg there?
Oh, it's a vodka. It's gone now. It's
a little vodka.
a little vodka. Christopher Cecil is ISP First Sergeant for about 20 years. He's also the Indiana or the Internet Crimes Against Children. Is that right?
Yeah.
He did an extraction of Liberty's phone in 2019, another one in 2024. He has repeated them like that because forensic software updates and improves, and you can do more with it and get more detailed information. Regarding the video taken, and this is Nick talking to him, by the way, regarding the video taken on the 13th of BG, yes, he's seen it. That's when the girls were abducted, right? He says, I can't say, that's just my understanding of what happened.
Right.
Cecil has a report. The video started at 2:13:51. It ends at 2:14:34, 43 seconds. The location was a little wonky at first. Like when the video starts, it geolocates like near the high school or something. But then it comes back to the Monenhigh Bridge.
Okay.
Were there other pictures that had GPS coordinates? He says no. But I guess one of the Snapchat pictures geolocated. We'll get to more of that later.
Okay.
So you're confident that the video and the one picture of just the bridge was taken on that day at that time? He says yes. This is where it gets a little fuzzy, a little hairy. Now, I guess, okay, Nick continues. He said there's evidence that there was movement after the bridge guy video ended through Apple Health. And Cecil clarifies, it's not GPS. It's just like recording steps, you know?
Yeah.
Like
And this is Nick questioning Cecil, right?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and he clarifies that it's like steps, not GPS.
Right.
And then that stops moving on February 13th at 2:32.
Okay.
And the phone did not move anymore after that. And it stayed on. The phone stayed on till sometime after 4:33 a.m. the next day.
And you're talking about a victim phone, right?
Libby's phone, yeah.
So the odometer, for lack of a better word, stopped logging steps, but the phone was not turned off.
So he claims, even though this completely contradicts the blocker report.
Right.
5 something at nighttime, like the phone was either dead, not in working condition,
But it wasn't broken.
That tower.
Got it. So that's Nick just said that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And the defense has been making a big stink lately about this 4:33 a.m. ping. So OJ jumps up and is like, she's like ready to go. She's like, I've got some questions for you.
Nice.
She was on it today. She was sassy.
I love that.
She says, did Apple Health show movement when Libby and her phone were traveling from home to the trails, like when they were in the car?
Right.
Cecil says, no, it only shows movement if you like if you're in the car, it's only going to show movement. Like if you hit a big bump and it thinks you took a. She asks him, have you ever been to the bridge or the trails? And he says, no. She notes that down the hill could be to the private drive by Kay Weber's house. She's like, did you know there was a private drive down there? Cecil said, oh, I didn't know that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
OJ says, could the amount of movement or the number of steps they took line up with going down to that private drive? Cecil says it's possible. I haven't measured. It's not precise stats.
Yep.
Hey, somebody in Google Earth, can you measure that real quick?
Yeah. And I don't know which girl was carrying the phone, like pace, like stride, all that stuff can make a difference. She asks, is the distance traveled accurate as the number of steps? And he just said, I can't really commit to that. Basically, like if there's a bigger stride, are you covering a bigger distance? He says, well, yeah, of course. But again, this isn't measuring like distance or GPS. I can't see where they are. Something about something he did with Gray Key in 2019.
And the private drive would have road access. Is that right?
100%. Yes. It leads to the road. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that okay. Now, if there was enough steps in that data to make it to the road, and then they took another form of transportation that maybe the steps wouldn't be
where she was going
recorded.
She had just asked, did it show movement when they were in the car with Kelsey headed to the bridge from their home? And he's like, no. She's like, okay, next question. I feel like she's for that.
Right.
And then she starts saying, like, you pay really close attention to your work, right? Like you really lock in, analyze everything. And he's like, yeah. She goes, okay. She's like, this thing here, it's whatever it was labeled, Liberty German something. It was like the picture of the bridge from that she took with Snapchat. Not the one with Abby in it, just the one of, the bridge. And she confirmed the picture of Abby on the bridge actually couldn't be found. And Cecil was asked to find it and couldn't. Is that right? And he said, yeah, I never could find it.
The original.
Yeah, just like on Libby's phone.
Right.
The one of the bridge was there, but not the one of Abby. Cecil wrote in his notes, battery likely depleted on 213. And he says, I didn't even look at 240. Like he said earlier at some point that he never drilled down into anything going on with the phone on the 14th because he was told they were dead by 3:30 or
wow.
Didn't care about anything going on with her phone on the 14th. He didn't even drill down on it. Like he was focused on the 13th, and that's all.
Wow.
And that's because
that's all he was told to do.
Holman or whoever decided.
Oh, like they didn't care what's going on the 14th. They just needed to make their theory for the 13th fit. It was decided very early on, like within days of the murder, within the first 7 days.
Why?
Within the first 7 days is what somebody testified that this murder took place at that place at that time between 2:30 and 3:30 at the place they were found. That's all you got to prove. Like that's all anybody was focused on.
So they can't find the original version of this, right?
No, like this doesn't exist on Libby's phone.
Because it was probably just posted to Snapchat and was never like downloaded onto her device, maybe.
Maybe.
Right, and somebody screenshotted it 7 hours later.
The other one did.
Kyle Smith.
The Bridge did. So Cecil wrote in his notes that the battery was likely depleted on the 13th. Didn't look at the 14th. Now he believes it actually wasn't depleted.
Interesting. Now his analysis has changed now that he has all the information.
Now that the state called him to testify, not the defense. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, all right, flip to the next page. I think we're on 42. Cecil says, I don't know that much about cell towers.
But isn't he okay.
He's with ICAC, right? Internet Crimes Against Children.
Internet.
He would have a little bit more cloud forensics and cell extraction experience, not necessarily the
I don't know.
CDR analysis, but
OJ was trying to lead him into something. She was like it's correct that iPhone can get SMS messages and MMS messages, right? And OJ was trying to like talk to him techie and be like, SMS means you're not connected to Wi-Fi, correct?
I found Nick's mustache. I'm so sorry. I got excited. Sorry, keep going. I'll send it to DB.
Yeah, send it.
He says, I don't really know that much about cell towers. She asked, was Liberty's phone connected to Wi-Fi between 5:30 p.m. and 4:33 a.m.? He says, no. She said, so if it's not on Wi-Fi, then it must be connected to a tower, right? He says, yes. She says, Liberty German's phone received 0 text messages from 4:06 p.m. to 4:33 a.m.
Oh.
And he goes, I'd have to check that. And OJ gets pissed. Like, she gets really mad. She goes, it's in your deposition. And he says he wants to check.
Wow, what a little bitch.
Cecil gets out his laptop and he's looking at, and he's sitting there for like 10 minutes looking on his laptop. And all he'll say is he can confirm that Liberty's phone received 15 text messages at 4:33 a.m. And then they start yeah. And then they start getting in like this battle of semantics, like for a long time. It got really like ridiculously semantic-y.
Right.
Cecil's like, well, some of these may be duplicates. Like they might have sent like SMS first and then MMS later. Like,
do it again, please.
And jump scare incoming. Jump scare incoming.
Yeah, OJ's like, that's full. That's time. You have all the time you.
What is this suit?
Oh.
It's actually not the worst suit I've ever seen, but.
God. Okay, his outfit, I'm not gonna lie. I fuck with the outfit, I guess. But like, why are you wearing? But like for a hearing, I don't know. Maybe don't wear a tan suit, like a white. I don't know.
What's up with you got the shades on the back of the head there? You going skiing, bud?
Dude, what are you fucking doing?
You going to double murder trial?
About that mustache. Just jumping around.
And we got Tony in the background.
Oh my God, who did that?
Tony.
All right, so OJ is getting like really, and she's like, "It's fine. I'll give you a minute. I'll let you count them." And so he's just like being like real like, "Well, some of these might be duplicate." She goes, "Okay, here," and she hands him a Celebrite extraction from 2017. He's like, "Whoa, I didn't do this report," but he agrees to review it. He spends about another 10 minutes reviewing this report. And OJ says, it's fine. Take your time because this is important. Cecil says one of them isn't right. There's like with the parsing, and it says like something about Becky Patty. Like maybe it was a call trying to come in from Becky Patty. So like number 3 in this list didn't go through. And so OJ is like, okay, whatever. Will you agree with me that at least 14 text messages came into her phone bam, 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 at 4:33 a.m. He finally goes, yes, I will agree with you on that. She then says, can you confirm that the last message on the 13th that she received, can you tell me what time that happened? And he first says from the 2017 extraction, it says 10:48 p.m. But then in the 2019 extraction, it says 5:33 p.m. or 5 something p.m. And he actually had an explanation for why this happened. So the guy in 2017 would have been using Magnet, something like that. iCloud, I don't know.
Axiom.
Explanation for the discrepancy.
Magnet forensics, Axiom software.
Yeah, he had like an explanation for why there's this discrepancy, but then agreed that the 2019 one is going to be the most accurate. So the last text message on the 13th came in around 5:30 p.m. And then everybody about jumped out of their skin because I think people were just misunderstanding. There's an audible gasp in the room. Cecil starts like getting really pushy with her, and he's like, no, text messages show up when they were sent, not when they were received. And he's like, if I have my phone in airplane mode and I turn it on, the time on there that it's going to show the text got sent to me is going to be the time the person actually sent it to me, not the time I received it. And OJ is like, you heard an audible gasp in the room, and you see Baldwin just sitting at the table, just shaking his head and putting his hand in his head. And she's like, okay, but like on a forensic extraction, like we're going to be looking at like what time that text landed onto the phone we're analyzing. And she's like, we're trying to prove that those texts were not sent at 4:33 a.m. but received at 4:33 a.m. And he finally goes, yes, I will agree with that. And then Goal's just sitting there squinting. She goes, why didn't you just say that to OJ? She's like, yeah, we've been dancing around for 20 minutes. Why didn't you just say that?
She said that to OJ, or he said that to Vito?
Trying to lead him to it. Like she was trying to get him to come to this conclusion organically on his own.
Right. And laying a foundation.
Right.
They could have objected.
Fumbling it like over and over again. So finally she just like says it. And he's like, yes, I agree with that. Goal's like, Jesus Christ, just say that. She asked him in 2019, what did you know about the crime? And he's like, not much, just like whatever was on the news. Like I didn't have any additional info besides that. He was asked to search for data on Liberty's phone from the 13th for clues. Where they were, who they were with, who they could have been talking to. Like look for clues from the 13th, not the 14th. OJ asked him something about if he's familiar with Knowledge C. He says yes. Nick objects to this for some reason. DB, do you know what Knowledge C is?
Oh, I sure do. It's a database inside of an Apple phone. Knowledge C is where like some of the com files and databases get stored. And it's usually something that they're going to take and look at in a pretty basic manner out of Cellbrite or Magnet.
Okay.
We have met Chipotle.
Yeah, what?
We look at Knowledge C sometimes at Chipotle.
At his place of employment.
Right. Okay, well that explains. Whatever this was, Nick quickly objected to it. OJ just kind of says, whatever, I'm done. And I just made a note on here. At this point in time, the state, what page are you on? You're behind. Go to 44. And I made a note that at this point in time, this was almost 7 p.m. This is almost 7 p.m. and this is like a running total of all exhibits submitted, I guess, throughout this entire hearing that started at 9 a.m. And the state submits them by number. The defense submits them by letter. At this point in time, the defense was submitting Exhibit 29. I'm sorry, the state was admitting Exhibit 29. And the defense was admitting Exhibit TTT.
Oh my God.
Like, just to give you an idea of like the volume of evidence that these people are admitting.
Right.
All right, we're actually getting close to done. So now it's 7 p.m. and they call Purdy again. And this was like less than a 4-minute testimony.
Poor guy.
The state calls Purdy. Remember, the defense is called Purdy, and he was very helpful for them like yesterday or the day before. So it seems like somebody had a talk with Purdy and needed to call him back up to the stand. Nick asked him, he asked about his investigation into Holder. And he says, he's referring to the mimicked crime scene photo. You can go to the next page. He's asking him about the mimicked crime scene photo. And he's asking Purdy, did you actually see this like in real time on Brad's Facebook page? And Purdy's like, I don't think so. Like, I mean, I saw a picture of it, but I don't think I physically saw it like live on his Facebook page. And Nick is like, well, I mean, if Holder denies it ever being there, then there's no proof it's there if Purdy didn't see it. And then, yeah, and that's all Nick needed Purdy to come up there for. He just wanted to lay that out, that Purdy never actually saw the picture on his Facebook. He just saw a picture from his Facebook.
What the fuck does that even mean?
But that's the only thing Nick wanted to get on the record out of Purdy. And then Baldwin says, at the deposition, you told me yes when I asked you that same question, and now you're not sure? Purdy says, maybe I was just thinking like I saw it in the files and I knew it was on Facebook, but I don't know like for sure if I saw it like actually like on his Facebook page. And Baldwin says, okay, so now that this picture is a problem for you, you aren't sure. Okay. I don't have any further.
Yeah, go Baldwin.
He's like, I don't have any other further questions. Purdy is released. All right, y'all ready for this?
You better bet it.
Y'all want to know a lot about the crime scene you didn't know before?
Yes.
I mean, a few things we didn't know before, and then another guy's opinion. Some of it I found actually really interesting. So the state calls...
So trigger warning, everybody. Trigger warning.
Oh, it was actually, they kind of like, at the very beginning, they kind of made a note to like, please say this stuff as just like clinically and non-graphically as you possibly can. Family was in the room and everything.
Why would they say? Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
So it wasn't...
And then don't share it on YouTube immediately afterwards. And
right. Okay. So it was...
Well, okay.
It wasn't a whole lot that was like, unless you're like weird about blood, then trigger warning. All right, so the state calls Patrick Cicero. He is with, hold on, I'm just going to grab something. He is with LaPorte County Sheriff's Office for about 24 years. He's a major, and he specializes in blood splatter and blood stain evidence, CSI, entomology. He's taken many specialized courses, certifications. These are the types of courses that he actually has to take tests to validate his competency. He teaches as well. Every year he goes and does like a seminar where he teaches at the National Forensics Academy in Tennessee or something. I guess he does a lot of work at body farms, like monitoring like bug activity and stuff. He's provided expert testimony in about 31 trials in multiple counties around Indiana. He was asked to assist with the prosecution of this case on February 12th, 2024. And my note there was like, why did nobody else fucking do this before February of 2024? Like, y'all never thought to get somebody who specialized in this stuff out? Like, you never thought about having somebody at the crime scene at the time to do this?
Wow.
Like, you did it with photographs in 2024? Like, suddenly, like, you wanted to sink, like, time, effort, and resources into this when you're prosecuting someone? Anywho, Cicero reviewed evidence. He actually did go visit the scene with Rich Davies, who's a former FBI agent.
Yeah, he's the little guy that was standing on the way and in the 2018 press conference anniversary that they had at the trailhead, FYI.
He went onto the crime scene with Rich Davies. He physically examined the clothing that Abby was wearing. Regarding the tree, there was large bloodstain accumulation, pooling, a voluminous amount of blood on the ground. There was also leaf litter with blood on it near the base of the tree. He calls what we call the F tree, he calls the upside down L tree.
Okay.
He said he did see references and reports to an F, but he disagrees. He saw a picture of when they went out there like the next day after the murders and they put something called crystal violet on it.
Yeah.
And took pictures of it. He said the little lower rung of the F, like the bottom bar of the F, is missing. So he describes it as an upside down L. Like a reversed 7 almost.
Right.
He noted that when he visited recently, there's like these pinkish marks on the trees, like in the bark, like they kind of have like this like pinkish reddish hue, like running through the bark. And like if you're just looking at some of the pictures, it could be like confused with those being blood smears.
Right.
On another picture he examined, there was investigators that were on a ladder taking pictures like down on the crime scene.
Yeah.
He notes there's a discoloration.
Yeah. Sorry.
A discoloration of the leaves to the west of Abby, a few feet from her foot. And it looks like a small amount of pooling.
Okay.
What he calls the upside down L is about 3.4 by 3.7 inches.
Okay.
He says there's 6 spatters around the upside down L, 6 small spatters. And he believes there's transfer stains that are creating the L. There's also blood flow in a vertical portion of the big part, like the long line.
Yeah.
There's evidence that there's blood flow, a voluminous amount of blood to create the gravity that's needed to make that flow.
Right, like a dripping almost is what he.
Yeah, but he still believes created with transfer, like one object, blood on it, transferring it, but it had to be
intentionally. Okay, got it.
To flow like that and make a big drip.
Right, got it.
There's more
a lot of blood. Okay, sorry.
There's more transfer stains about 2 feet from the ground on the tree. There's about 2 other small areas around there with like small pools of blood. He observed all the lab reports, all the blood that's pooled on the ground around the crime scene, on the tree, at the base of the tree, on the leaf litter is all Libby's.
Am I on the right page, Courtney? I just want to make sure.
47, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. So it's all Libby's.
All Libby's. This part was kind of tough. He says Libby was mobile after she was cut.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
There's blood on the bottom of her feet, which tells them she was standing up, walking through it, like with blood running down.
Okay.
With Abby, the only blood that was identified as hers was on her or like near her body, like around her wound area.
Okay, so the only blood that was on Abby that was her blood was on her body by the wound, but meaning they didn't find blood like pooled.
He gets into it a little more later. Okay. It's iffy. I don't know. Like, I don't really know what to think about it, but okay, you can go to the next page. 48. He says Libby was dragged through the various pools of her blood, and that's what caused a ton of streaking, especially on her backside, like all down her thighs and her back and the back of her calves. And you can like see where they're like, can you identify where she was dragged? And he's like, yes, because you see like this smeared leaf litter that's covered in her blood. He believes her left arm was up when she was found from being dragged. She was standing and mobile during her first injuries. And then there's a projected pattern of blood on her thigh, like the front of her thigh and her inner thigh, where it flows in towards her inner thigh. And that indicates she was in a sitting position at some point when she received other injuries.
That sucks. Got it. Okay.
Abby, one wound. He believes that wound was delivered where she was found. She was not mobile. The staining on her face indicates that at least her head was moved, because there was blood on her face that was not flowing in the correct pattern that it should have been going for the way she was found.
Right. That means you mean Libby?
No, Abby.
Oh, Abby. Okay, got it.
He says the back of her clothing was saturated, and ran out a tiny bit to her right-hand side. He also notes that her tank top was clean. Both of her bras she was wearing was clean. So it's like the blood was soaked into, like, I guess, like the back of her hoodie.
Right.
And I mean, he used the word saturated. I was like, okay, well, maybe that explains just the word saturated. But
right.
Then also, we know that she was marked with exsanguination, and that's like losing
40% or more.
Like liters. Yeah. And it was a small prick on her, remember? One small wound.
Right.
And she didn't move. She just laid there while that wound was delivered. I had
right.
a lot of questions about it.
Right.
There's flows that go over her chin. So maybe she was sat up at some point in time. There's no blood on her sleeves or her hands.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, you might get into this. It almost sounds like she was incapacitated before. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought so too. Libby's hands, as I had speculated before, indicated she put her hands over her wounds.
Yeah, you've said that.
Her hands were blood soaked, like the palms of her hands were bright red blood. Indicates she put her hands over them. It's kind of rough. With Libby, both her carotid arteries and her jugular vein was compromised.
Okay. So those are deep cuts.
Absolutely.
Three of them, in fact, and they'll get into that later. They asked, the next page, 49. He was asked, do you believe Abby was redressed after her injuries? He says no. He believes she got her wounds with all of her clothes on. At least her tank top and both bras.
Okay.
There's only blood on her neckline or shoulder area of her clothing. It's not on the front of her tank top, back of her tank top, and he believes if she was redressed while she was bleeding out, that blood would have been smeared all over the inside of her clothing. We, of course, know that the defense's theory is that she wasn't redressed until her blood stopped flowing.
Right.
Which, I don't know. I could go either way with that. This is where I was like, bro, stop it. And this is still Nick questioning him, by the way. Were the sticks on the victims there to serve as concealment? He says yes.
Oh my God.
This is an awful lot of testimony from a guy who just started 6 months ago on this case.
Yeah.
Wow.
OJ objects to that. She says Cicero is not an expert on witness searcher vision and concealment efficacy. He didn't see the scene at the time. Rather, he saw it. Like, Cicero was saying this as justification for why searchers didn't see the girls, because those sticks were concealing.
Bro.
Which is absurd. Ridiculous. Like, you can't say that, like, seriously, man.
Well,
OJ.
and this person is an expert in blood spatter, but as an investigative technique, he's there. But as a forensic science, this is, the matter of many false confessions, wrongful convictions, reversals. Osbrook, I think, had the Dwayne case was a blood spatter a case as well, and it happens all the time. These are sometimes people are brought in for an investigative analysis. Maybe they can have some type of a different perspective. They've seen a lot more in these cases, but I would say that this all sounds, like it certainly could have happened the way that they're describing it too. But
It could have.
if it's this is not in court and this is not cross-examined like with their own blood expert,
Right.
so you just gotta know that some of this stuff could be a little bit different at the end. And to have somebody come in 6 months ago when this case is an extenuation where there should be a significant portion of this crime scene that involves the very thing he's an expert in, allegedly, you would think they would have somebody that was an expert on this early on.
Well, see, that's
If
what
they
I'm thinking. I'm
if
like,
they
how
didn't,
do you do this?
maybe they did.
And they
Where's
didn't, like,
that person? Where are the reports?
exactly. I'm feeling like you didn't just magically think of this when you had the whole FBI evidence recovery team and everybody out there help. Like, you didn't just now in 2024, while you're prosecuting somebody, think we need a blood expert. Like, come on.
Exactly.
So OJ objects to this. She says he's not an expert on witness, searcher, vision, and concealment, efficacy. He didn't see the scene at the time. He didn't even see it at the same time of the year. He went and saw it, the scene, in April of 2024. And he pipes up and says, I could still see across the bank. So what he was saying is, if you're standing, like remember my white whale, Angela, my fucking bowl, my it's a bowl madness.
Yes. Yep.
That's what he's saying. He's saying that if I'm standing on the bank of the creek across from the crime scene, I should have seen the bodies. He said I could see across the bank, justifying why the bodies weren't seen. Not even by searchers that were near the crime scene, but
Get
not
the
even by
fuck out.
not even by searchers across the creek. He's justifying this because he's basically saying, if they weren't concealed and they were there, you should have seen them on the first
Wait.
search from across the.
This guy who's been on the case for 6 months said that?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Luttrell was actually examining this guy. Luttrell counters to OJ's objection, says some stuff. OJ renews her objection. I never really heard the judge like sustain it or anything. I don't really know what happened. It was kind of like muttering and whispering, and I think they just kind of OJ just kind of like, whatever, we'll move along and go to a different question. So this dude went out there in April or whenever, and he ran experiments. You can go to page 50, sorry. He ran some experiments. He had his own blood drawn and put into vials. OJ clarified that you didn't have coagulant in there, right? Or anticoagulant. He says, no, I didn't. I'm sorry, this is still Luttrell because OJ is objecting and saying things. OJ asks if he was on any medications at the time he drew his blood for this experiment. He clarifies, yes, I'm on some meds for hypertension, nothing that affects my blood viscosity or anything. He says the blood on the tree was transfer. He doesn't believe it was painted on. He says the best way he could recreate it was, here, let me just, he said the best way to recreate it was a hand, the palm facing the tree, pinky up. He believes the meaty area of the palm, so like right here, is what drug the blood, like this. He actually had a girl.
Okay.
He actually had a girl who was 5'4" there with him conducting this experiment. So obviously the state is trying to say that this was Libby's hand. The state is going to try to say this was Libby's hand that did this, right? He brought a girl that was 5'4" with him. They tried painting it with their fingers. They tried painting it with sticks. It is possible, but you'd have to keep re-dipping because the wood is porous, it's textured, it has crevices. You'd have to keep re-dipping it. So he believes it was the meaty part of the palm and the thumb. Like, I think the meaty part made like the top of the upside down L, and then like the thumb did the long part, is what I think he's saying. And then it was clarified the transfer that was on the tree, which you're calling your upside down L, that doesn't explain the splatter, the 6 splatters that were around this shape, right? And he said, no, it doesn't explain that. There had to have been a different activity that caused that. And he didn't really have a good explanation for it. He reiterates that there was like three small pools of blood around the crime scene, and one large one at the bottom of the tree, and it was all Libby's. You can go to page 51. OJ gets up to cross-examine him. She clarifies, Libby had 3 cuts, correct? He says yes. All he can, and she clarified, all you can really say is that someone had blood on their hands and touched a tree to create that pattern. He says yes, that's really all I can say. Someone had blood on their hands. She said, did you test this out with other hand sizes and shapes? Somebody who was not a 5'4" woman? He says no. She said, do you have any clue the size of Brett Holder's hand? He says no. And she says, so you have no clue about how it was transferred to the tree, just that it was transferred. He says correct. OJ asked him how hard it is to move a dead body.
Good question.
Yeah. And he was like, well, it kind of depends. Like, are we talking about like a limp live body or like what? And she clarifies, can you see the path that was drug? He says, yes. There's staining and smears on leaf litter, as well as the staining on the back of her body. Like, I know she was drugged through her own blood. Page 52. This is OJ cross-examining him continued. Talking about Libby, she had blood across her face on the right side of her face. Her head was facing to the left with like her left side of her face, but she had blood across her face, on her chin, over her eye, and that was inconsistent with the position her head was in when she was found. He says that's not how blood moves. It doesn't defy gravity. He said the only way that happens with those wounds is if her head fell backwards. So like if she was carried, for example, and like her head is, it's almost choke, like her head is hanging back. Like he says, like if she's limp or dead and being like basically carried and her head is completely hanging back, That's the only way the blood runs up the way that it did. Do with that what you will. Then they brought it back to Abby, and they said again, the flow on her face was also inconsistent with how she was found. They said, I guess in his deposition, they said, you said Abby Williams was nude sometime on or about February 13th, right? Now you're changing that? And he says, well, I mean, maybe partially. Like maybe she just didn't have her sweater on. They asked, did you record your experiment? He says, no. What the fuck?
Joey Schmo with the follow-up.
She says, she shows him pictures, and she goes, what % of Liberty's body do you believe was covered with sticks? He's like, just guess. Like, what percentage of her body do you believe is covered? He says, maybe 30%. And she says, okay, now same question about Abby's. And he's like, I don't know, maybe the same, 30%. And she asks, could somebody have easily covered them with all the other leaves and sticks laying around? He says, yes. She said, was there a lot of chaos at the scene? He says, yes. She says, given the data you're working with, is it impossible for you to say like definitively what happened? And he says, yes.
You said that again?
Yeah, she clarified, like, given the data that you have, is it accurate to say that it's impossible for you to definitively say what happened here? And he says, yeah, he agrees. Like, yes, I can't say definitively what happened here.
Interesting. That's nice.
Yeah, just like in regard, he can say like, you know, what the bodies look like, what he knows, like the blood moving this way, like how this can happen, but he can't say like the crime flow, like what sequence of events transpired. Like he can't prove that with anything.
We have a comment here. Does the defense have an expert counter already? The human element? I believe.
I'm sure.
Well, I believe specifically there was something about a blood or maybe not blood. I don't know.
Oh, they wanted. I know they were in their list of people they were trying to get. There was like a crime scene expert and.
Yeah.
Well, you could just have this guy. He's just a fucking crime scene expert. He could testify as an expert to how much shit? Jesus.
A lot, apparently. Nick comes back to follow up with some questions. He says, have you investigated other cases where sticks were present? He says, yes. He's like, and were they used to, you know, conceal the body? And he says, yes. You can go to the next page to 53.
Oh, we have a great question here. What was the gallery like? What was Gull like at this time?
I mean, Gull just really kept poker face for the entire 3 days. I mean, she wasn't rude. She wasn't like overly friendly. Like she didn't interrupt and be like, what is this? Like, what is the point of it? Like she didn't do any of that. She just like listened very, very intently to every witness, every question, every statement, just listened very, very intently. The gallery, I mean, it was quiet, listening, paying attention. Again, it was getting late, but I mean, this is the stuff that I was just like locked in on. I glanced over at, you know, Libby and Abby's families several times. They didn't, just kind of looking over, like thinking this would be really upsetting to them. You know, they didn't look distressed. I kept seeing a bunch of them just kind of like turning to each other and chit chatting, but I didn't see like, there was no crying or no like big heavy breathing or like, they didn't seem like this was like something they haven't already dealt with before, I guess. Cicero goes on to say something about like the sticks were just, in other cases he's seen stick patterns on people that look like they're almost like trying to build a bridge, like, you know, lined up symmetrically like rail ties or something, I guess. He said all concealment is just trying to break up a pattern. So, just placing, the sticks and branches that were, on the girls like they were was enough to break up like the obvious pattern of their nude, pale white, lifeless bodies laying in the leaves. And I just wanted to be like, really?
Yeah.
Really? OJ has one final question. She says, in these other real cases that you've worked, do you typically see more sticks? And he says, yes. And she's like, all right, I'm done. That's all I got. Goal says she will take it under advisement. Baldwin stands up and asks if he can just make one last statement regarding the geofence and Cecil fiasco from earlier, because there was something very important and he wants to make sure it's on the record. And she's like, go ahead. So Baldwin stands up to clarify Cecil's findings and notates that this is very important. Like, points out to Gold that, like, this is really, really important. I didn't want it to get lost in the weeds. Her phone was turned on at 4:33 a.m.
Ugh.
Her phone was off and it was turned on at 4:33 a.m. And that's when she got a flood of at least 14 text messages, ping, 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 one after the other.
Who did it? Who turned it on?
The only thing Nick had to say back to that, well, that's not enough to blame Brad Holder, even if it's true.
He did not say that.
He did too.
Oh my God.
Even if it's true, that's not enough to blame Brad Holder. The defense did not meet the nexus to allow any of these third-party suspects. That's all I have, Your Honor. Just like, so
Wait, did he say didn't meet the nexus?
Didn't meet the nexus to allow any of these third-party suspects. That's all I got. Just want to throw that out there. So that was
fun.
But that was it. So we finally like peel ourselves out of these chairs and like try to regain feeling in our legs. And everybody's just kind of she calls all counsel up to the up to her bench or whatever. They're all just kind of sitting there chatting. I'm just kind of hanging around to see what's going on, what she's talking to them about. Everybody looks to kind of be like communicating to each other in a friendly way. It doesn't look tense or anything. And then they kind of step back and she makes an announcement that since Rick is already here and in the custody of Carroll County Sheriff's Office, and I was like, uh-oh, where's she going with this? Since he's already here, she's going to go ahead and make a ruling on the motion to vacate the safekeeping order. Just kind of goes over like, the law isn't there to keep this in place. Basically just says there's no reason he needs to continue being at the Department of Corrections and safekeeping, and grants the defense's motion in full, and now remands Mr. Allen to the custody of Carroll County Sheriff's Office, where they will presumably keep him in Cass County until trial. And people were very happy about that. Oh. Unfortunately, Kathy and Janice had already left by that point because I'm sure they would have been just losing their mind. But I heard Kathy has like a very sick dog that's in the emergency room right now, and that's what she needs. But Rick was all smiles on the way out.
Really?
Yeah, it's all smiles.
Good. They got him out of the fucking hellhole.
And so
was it an evil smile?
It was so
people,
evil.
Dude.
It was
just
very glaring and smiling like a psycho.
Said something nice to him and he just smiled at that person and was like, thank you, like said thank you to that person and kept walking.
What a monster.
Yeah. They didn't have him nearly as shackled. He didn't have like the suicide vest on anymore, the shock vest. Just had like a one like very lightweight chain between his ankles. And then just like regular cuffs on his hands, which I think were maybe even taken off when he was sitting with his attorneys, because I know he was signing stuff, or at least they weren't in that like horrible box position connected to a belt.
Yeah.
He at least had like movement of his hands.
We have Joe Schmo here with a comment.
Oops, sorry.
Hey, I'm gonna. Yep. Joe Schmo, who is allegedly maybe around that day, today there. He said the threshold that McClellan set in opening was the defense needs direct DNA evidence to place a third party to the scene, and that would be considered a nexus, which is ironic because I don't remember the PCA meeting that threshold for RA. Joe Schmo, welcome.
Same damn thing. Like as it was coming out of his mouth, I was like, "Girl, really?"
Joe Schmo, where you been, bud? Pull up a chair. Let's get into it.
He cited a case, like a precedent case, Messiah, maybe a case regarding something Messiah, and that like he was trying to use that as the standard for the nexus for third party goals. So we'll have to look up whatever the Messiah case is.
Ain't gonna be enough for that bullshit argument. I'll tell you that. Don't care what that case is.
Yeah, and in case anybody missed it, I tweeted it out today on our like 30-minute lunch break when I was like racing to my car to try to take pictures and stuff a chicken sandwich down my throat, and like a couple of like interesting things that were confirmed today. Like per the autopsy report, there is no time of death. It doesn't exist medically.
Jesus, how? Like, fuck. Then they don't have there's no timeline. They have no time of death. They can't prove that the girls ever went the down the hill, crossed the. Don't even get me started on the fucking creek, and the phone was turned back on after 4 a.m. Like, get all the way fucked. With all due respect,
there was two things. There was no time of death, and what else did I tweet out? Oh, serrated. Autopsy report said serrated blade.
The box cutter.
Bro.
This is box cutter yellow.
Nick brought that up earlier. I don't know if it was on my notes from today or yesterday, but did y'all see what notes for what I believed, like based on everything I've been hearing, what I believe Nick is going with for
I read it. Your theory at the bottom.
Like the motive? Like the motive?
Wait, I don't remember you talking about the motive.
No, you didn't say motive. You said, oh wait, yeah, his religion, he found God. Right?
Yes, that's part of it. He's a very remorseful killer.
Yeah, well, isn't that interesting? Yeah, because most psychopaths are remorseful.
Instantly remorseful. In fact, the crime scene showed signs of undoing.
Get the...
I think I have like 200 pages of notes. My hand...
Yeah, you took about 200 pages total. You crushed it.
I'm going to cut my whole hand off.
So that's it. She's going to rule on the motions. They're under advisement. She's got 90 days to do it, which brings us to trial. So
we're not sure about that, Danielle. Danielle's question here is, do you mean the DNA under her nails was not identifiable? Genuinely curious. So I just wanted to clarify what you meant. There was no suspect DNA in the scene. Well, that's their theory, right?
We haven't heard anything about DNA at all. Like, we did not hear a single word about DNA testing, DNA profiles they obtained. Like, there was no mention of suspect DNA. No mention of DNA under nails, nothing. Unless I missed that part.
Joe Schmo here. Interesting fact about counties in Indiana. The following positions are elected. You don't have to have any qualifications. Sheriff, surveyor, and coroner. Time of death? No time of death? Yeah, there are a lot of counties and parishes in the country that have coroners that are not trained medical professionals.
Wow. Yellow, here, look here. So you can search it. Hold on.
Are the documents searchable?
Well, this one is. Here, I'm putting it.
Oh shit! What happened to all those typers we had? Where my typers at?
Yellow, I put it in the chat. If you click on that link, it's also in that drive link. You should be able to search for whatever keyword you're looking for.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
Oh, hey, True Grit. Yes, I believe so.
So, based on everything I heard, what the state is going to say, the sticks were an attempt to cover the bodies, which is what we did hear more about today.
Sure.
Concealment. This was a sexually motivated crime, but they were killed too soon. He was going to sexually assault them, but didn't, just accidentally killed them first, I guess. The crime scene staging was undoing.
Yeah, right.
Because he felt bad. And he used a box cutter. Because that's what he said he used and threw it away in the dumpster at CVS.
What? Is that what? Oh my God! Somebody put the nip of whiskey out in the American. Yeah.
Travis, it worked.
Travis. Somebody summoned Travis. The American spirits and a nip of whiskey. What's up, Travis? We missed you, dude.
We were trying to summon you. It looks like DB did it. It worked. Courtney, you're amazing.
Oh, thanks.
Well done.
Yeah, I mean, the state is absolutely refusing to acknowledge that anything about these sticks was even intentional, much less like Norse paganism. Like, it wasn't even intentional. This was just like a haphazard attempt at concealing the bodies.
Oh my God.
True Grit Crime. I don't know if you were there today, True Grit, but she was there, I believe, the last 2 days.
Yeah.
She asked, if he threw the box cutter away, why was there no effort to grid search the landfill or evidence? That's right. And why was there no grid search just of the trash and the publicly available trash cans? You know, they you would think that they would have looked. Oh, you didn't get to make it there? Okay. Sorry. It wasn't there. They weren't there.
Yeah, there was tons of images provided to the witnesses and the judge and everything, but they weren't shown to the gallery. It was just like reports handed as part of exhibits.
See, here comes Travis with the question. Did anyone pronounce Ajay's name today?
One person did it wrong and she corrected them.
They say auger?
Yeah, I think it was Cecil.
And I've heard them say Ajay. And what did you say today?
Oh.
Jack?
Oh.
OJ?
Yeah, and in my head I remember it sounded like OJ.
Oh, okay. There was another good comment.
Yes, Ronnie. That was specifically called out. They're like, if somebody was really trying to conceal these bodies, wasn't there a lot of stuff laying around they could have easily grabbed? Like, that would have worked a lot better than some carefully placed, shaped sticks in the form and the exact shapes of runes. Like, wouldn't you just have like scooped up a bunch of leaves and stuff?
Did they say how much money the Wabash Clam Jam River Jam cost?
They didn't, but haven't we heard like over $1 million?
Over $1 million is what we've heard. Yep.
Easily.
They were cutting down trees to get their vehicles. They were literally cutting down trees.
There's 3 cuts on Libby.
Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to.
Damn, okay. Fucking get right back into it. Why are you laughing at that, Angela? What the fuck?
Yeah, Mar, the box cutter was to cut those branches.
Well, okay, so yeah, the Mar did say that to me earlier today. I thought she was trolling me. Then I thought about it and I was like, fuck, she's right. That is a good point.
What?
Well, no, I'll explain. I was thinking that she was like fucking with me, and then I was like, oh yeah, why wouldn't you use a different blade? A serrated blade. You would use a large serrated blade probably to cut that tree or those branches. You're not gonna use a fucking box cutter for that.
Oh,
so if you had
I prune my crepe myrtles, I always get the box cutter.
Right, but if you were maybe an inch or an inch and a half like wide branch, it's probably just very hard to use a box cutter to get through that. It would take you, I mean, a long time. So why would he use a serrated, probably large hunting knife would be fitting for something like that? Why would he not use that as a murder weapon? Maybe because he wanted something more disposable. It don't make no fucking sense.
I don't know. Like my head just spins because I'm in two separate places all the time. Like I'm always trying to figure out how this does or doesn't make any sense in regards to the prosecution of Rick Allen. And on the other hand, like, what the fuck did happen out there?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Like, what?
And one of the theories was that an electric saw was used. I think that was the defense's theory.
Yeah, they said it was the branch was recently cut and it was far too large for anything other than like an electric handsaw or something.
Yeah, it had like a clean edge.
Right, but it could be that it could have been somebody being diligent with a large serrated, not a razor that's serrated, a serrated razor. Just get it. That shit right there is just not happening, dude.
Needs to fish.
Yeah. Yes, I get it, guys. Don't loop me and be like, yeah, they do make serrated. Yeah, we know. But like, that's not the move. That's not it. There's about a million different things wrong with that. As Mar said it was.
Nick just wants like all of his own discovery excluded.
Right. And also this thing with Nick. Okay, so he doesn't say ever this whole time that the murder weapon was a box cutter. He suggests by asking,
nobody
could have been a box cutter.
Yeah.
And that is people thinking that he's suggesting or that he said that it's a serrated box cutter because of this. No, I don't think he said that, and I don't think that's going to be their theory at trial. This still makes sense.
It's just a press release, right?
It's a fucking press release.
It's a fucking podcast.
The apparent 61 statements that the state deemed incriminating in some way.
And that's the best they have.
61 statements. Nick and none of the witnesses apparently really wanted to say what any of those were. This was like your parade them, right? This was your moment to like have a reason to put them on the record, speak them out loud in open court for all the media to go repeat. We heard none. We heard absolutely none of them except the one witness who threw out something about he said he used a box cutter and threw it. Oh, Holman. Holman said, he said he used a box cutter and threw it in the dumpster at CBS. Like, that was the only, like, context we heard for these apparent 61 statements that they submitted as incriminating, that they wanted to be admissible.
Travis says, coroner is an elected position, but only a medical examiner can do an autopsy and prepare a report. Same in Wisconsin and some other states.
Yeah, they
so
did.
I'd also ask you guys this. We know that one of the causes of death involves a very large loss of a warm liquid.
Yes.
It's fucking horrible to think about, but when you think about the temperature outside and the amount of mass and heat lost, if you're not taking that into consideration and you don't have that expertise, how can a rookie coroner that's not a medical examiner, I don't believe, not a pathologist, make any determination? Especially if they change the temperature by slowing down.
Yeah, by the time the bodies got to the person who is the best in the state at figuring out if anything can be determined, it was already fumbled. He couldn't. I mean, they went to Dr. Roland Kaur in Terre Haute. I mean, the guy's a legend. He's good. It was like the only forensic pathologist in the state. He's retired now, but like he's done this for like the most complex child cases. Like he's done them all. But yeah, we've heard they didn't do any kind of like testing at the scene, and they refrigerated them before sending them to autopsy.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're refrigerating them in travel on the way and you don't have a plan for that, like the temperature, and you're not checking the temperature of the bodies, and then the temperature that the transportation vehicle is, and the distance or the length of time it's going to be in there, it just is adding another layer that makes it more difficult to determine a forensically viable cause of death or
Yup.
time of death. I mean, yes. We also learned today that young bridge guy and old bridge guy are now same bridge guy.
Richard Allen.
Richard Allen is both those sketches. We call them SBG, same bridge guy.
Courtney, I just want to let you.
Said with his full chest. He's like, yeah, they're both Rick Allen.
I mean, can that
Courtney,
fuck
Tara
say
Hope.
anything?
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're getting a lot of comments just letting your old Texas ass know that Terre Haute rhymes with goat.
Oh, I don't think so.
Terre Haute rhymes with goat, mama.
That doesn't sound right.
Okay, sorry, DB. Go ahead, babe.
Oh.
There we go. They didn't say they cleared OBG, no. They had it OJ.
OJ.
Travis, I want to know what's Travis so concerned about this last name for? Is he looking for somebody that he used to know? Is that what's going on here, Travis?
I think Travis is Jennifer OJ, and he wants to make sure we get her. He wants to make sure we get her name right.
Oh shit! I don't know. I think I've seen Travis a couple times.
No, I was trying to say I saw the most Delphi, Indiana thing ever in the whole world today when I was leaving the courthouse. You know what I saw?
Tell us.
What's that?
I saw a man walking into like one of the houses right there by the courthouse, and he had a big old like Home Depot bucket, you know, like a construction bucket, fucking full of corn. It's a whole thing full of corn.
He's making something, honey. He's making something.
Like husk
What
on,
is you doing, boy?
like real corn. It's a whole bucket. I'm like, where are you going with all that corn?
To make some cornbread.
And then let's see, Travis.
Yeah, it's like haute couture.
I cannot hear the name OJ in my head and not hear Travis's voice. Just getting real theatric with it. Oh, cornbread. That do be sounding kind of good. Moonshine.
She said, I don't think so. That don't sound right. Terre Haute.
Well, so we got probably a group of people there that are box cutter homicide experts. Especially, given that somebody was mobile, you would think that means defensive wounds, something as sharp and a blade is that short. You would think there would be just a lot of superficial defensive wounds.
I have so many questions.
Yeah, it don't make no fucking sense.
I mean, I have always been like, since we just knew a lot more about the crime scene, I've been like, that was my thing. I was like, I thought she ran with her hands over the wounds. And that's how I thought she got streaked, how her hands were so covered. I don't know that she was necessarily running or but I mean, she was standing up mobile. She was moving. She was moving around while she was bleeding, and then got another wound or two while she was in a seated position.
This comment here, Courtney, that I pinned, the geofence.
I pinned it.
That DB pinned. Why did I say I pinned it?
You didn't pin it, did you?
I didn't.
Oh my.
I know. I meant this comment that we, as a family.
Okay, I didn't mean. I thought we pinned it at the same exact time, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Like this is a really fucking good comment.
They didn't exactly confirm that it contains the name of one of their 6 dudes.
Right.
We gotta read the question because people may be making spaghetti right now.
The geo laws that Horan gave uniform.
Wait, Courtney, you gotta start over. You're cutting out. Can you start?
Go ahead.
You do it. Okay.
No, you go ahead, DB. Go ahead.
I'm going to file a motion to go ahead. Can I get a ruling from the court?
Motion, yeah, granted, approved.
Okay. The geofence. Oh, go ahead. The geofence lost that Horan gave Unified Command has one of the 6 suspects in Murphy's testimony.
I don't think that was Adam. I think she was alluding to it when she said it, but it I was walking away from it saying that she was saying it's possible it's one of them. They don't know. She didn't very clearly state we know who these people are and one of them is one of our guys. I think they would have been like blasting that from the rooftops if it were the case. I think she was saying it's possible this is one of the suspects we're looking for.
Interesting. You're amazing, Yellow.
Yeah. Way to fucking kill it.
What a fucking boss. She's a boss.
You were a little late to a lie that you didn't know about.
Yeah, we did. She comes on. She goes, "Why aren't you on your own live?" I said, "Ma'am, with all due respect, we've been spending the last 4 hours playing crossword puzzles, playing Purple Worm. What else we've been doing? Watching DP play tic-tac-toe. You're amazing."
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, you meant Yellow Jacket.
You tired, Courtney?
A little bit. I need to find something to eat.
You haven't eaten?
No.
Oh my god.
It's not gonna be much. I'm probably go get like a bag of chips from downstairs or something. Something fancy.
Something super fancy.
Cheetos.
Some flaming hot Cheetos for your flaming hot.
I'm gonna get Cheeto fingers.
How's your bum, Mama? How's your butt from those chairs? We've been hearing a lot about the hardwood bench.
I don't know. Like those chairs are from hell. I brought a pillow from the hotel to sit on. Like even after a couple of hours.
Did you really?
These chairs are harder than any other material on earth.
Also, we have some notes. Thank you to the people that helped us type up notes.
Thank you to the note.
P-word in bio, aka Chatter's mom, aka woman. Thank you. The P-word in bio.
Oh my god.
We're still looking for some typers. Anybody that would like to type a few pages. If you're a male and you have not typed any pages, what are you doing? Do you support the patriarchy? Do you always make women write notes for you?
Seems so.
Are you going to look at the notes later?
Probably.
These are some very nice women in here.
Yeah.
And we got to stop making them write all the notes all the time.
That's right.
So, me as a man, I need some men to elect to write the notes that are not.
Me as a man, I'm going to. Well, you know what? I was about to roast you and neg you for. You did type a bunch of notes. I guess you've technically pulled your weight today, so.
Well, I did try to enter him into an AI like 50 times. It's wasted a fuck ton of time trying to do that.
Work.
Did not work at all. I actually thought it was a cipher, and I tried to contact the Zodiac killer experts. Was not good.
You're still getting corrected, Courtney. It's Hope, not hot. Hope, let go. Here, Hope.
I think it's Terry. Okay.
Here's a question. Then I'm gonna go. I gotta jump. You know what I'm saying? Peggy O asked, did law enforcement subpoena Snapchat? Why would they do that? Because there was a picture on Snapchat?
No, they had phone in the extractions. They didn't really talk about subpoenaing any like third-party companies.
No subpoenas noted.
And
about Abby's the pic of her showing up anyway. I don't like nobody offered up any ideas for why that could happen.
Something to consider with Snapchat was that in 2017, they used a very different way to take photos than they do today. So if you are taking a photo back then in Snapchat, it's a screenshot of the viewport of your camera. So it's not going to have the same metadata. It's only going to be taking a screenshot. And that's why the resolution is a little bit different in a Snapchat than you would have in a regular cell phone picture. And there would be it would be hosted on a server in Snapchat. It wouldn't be hosted on your personal iCloud drive. And it would not be stored on your physical device on your phone. There's a lot of little interesting things where you would think a Snapchat subpoena would be absolutely necessary. All right, guys, it's been real.
Apparently, I got to get a La Bamba's burrito.
Do it. Okay, good night, everybody.
Thank y'all.
This has been fun. Till next time.
And thank you, Sulthi. She's on page 35. We're almost done typing. Thank you. Bye.
Oh my God, amazing.
Bye.
Amazing. Bye, friends.